We got the head, and then we had to walk out through the streets and decide if we were going to talk to our contact, and that's kind of where we left off, isn't it?
Pretty
Yes,
much.
it is. It is. I wrote down all of Cervantes' suggestions from the walk.
The last thing I have written is in Athkatla, dog walks you.
Yes, because M- Metal Wild shaped into a dire wolf, and
Yes,
then y'all just walked through the central district of the city with a fucking dire wolf. The central district is where like the normal people live. This is like normal people, and you're like, oh, here you go. Um, so the suggestions were to start a bidding war between Dame L'Oreal and Handog and have them sit down together and decide who would pay the most money for it. Um, to tail Handog to see who he gives it to. And then, if they allow that to happen, with the idea that perhaps the goal is to resurrect Bodhi afterwards, even though she was already back alive, if she comes back and starts wreaking havoc again, you can kill her a second time or a third time, and then get double the money, so you can solve the problem that you've caused.
And then we had a moral, philosophical discussion about that.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes,
I
I
don't
know
know.
which of these options I'm the most excited about.
Tracking?
The trailing is probably the best out of the two.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have our rogue with us today.
No, but you do have a high perception character, so there's that. Uh, yeah, we ended like right after you got off last time, and just with arriving back at the Warty Hag. So
Yes. Oh yeah, I
you're
also suggested we just go back to the Black Gauntlet.
yes, you
That was
did.
also a
I didn't.
suggestion.
I didn't write that suggestion down because I didn't want you all to die. But
That's just gonna be my suggestion every time there's a fork in the road. We could always just go back to the Black Gauntlet.
there are other brothels in this city, ones that you are not presumably banned from.
And of higher quality.
Well, that's just insulting. Those are very
Those are
hard
fine
sex
people.
workers. Yeah, they're very fine people.
Hard workers.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm talking. I don't have a dick.
That's probably why you're talking.
Yeah. So you've found yourselves back in the Black Gauntlet. Um, Metal has the skull. And is also. Oh, we also decided that when he's uh, in his wild shape, the party's bag of holding hangs under his neck like a Saint Bernard.
Well,
Yeah, with his the beer, the bourbon.
Yeah. Um, so the usual suspects are in this particular bar. We've got the tiny drunk gnome, Ninky the barkeep, and a hand dog is behind the bar. He's not serving drinks; he's just helping himself.
All right, Davril.
Yeah.
You seem like the swanky kind of guy. I think you could, chat it up with Hand Dog and get this done. You go ahead and, do the important shit. I'm gonna go get a drink.
So we're on the same page, though. All right, he went to go get a drink. All right.
He literally went to go.
So I guess are we on the notion of just handing over the skull, and do we want to maybe? I do have invisibility, so that might help. Do we want to try to track them down afterward?
makes sense to me. I mean, I know we'd be rattling the cage, but I am curious. And if we find a higher up, And perhaps we don't need a middleman, and then we can turn Hand Dog in.
Good point. How you feeling, Metal?
If he lets us tail him, he's not very good at his job. I'm sure the employer will see it the same way.
That is a fair point.
Metal nods and I think he wants to turn back into a person, but right now, probably doing that in the middle of a bar is not a good idea.
Probably illegal.
Probably illegal.
Alright.
Still a wolf for the next 2 hours.
If you would like to be a person, you do have rooms downstairs. You could just mosey downstairs, turn, and come back upstairs.
Alright, I'll just see a dire wolf, walk up to a door, open it up. Somehow.
Oh, there's the John. You could just go the toilet. It's fine.
Like, pop in. So, a lot of metal heating up, searing noises, maybe branches moving, and then pop back out, and I am regular metal again.
And regular size again.
And regular size again. And
There we go.
before you do anything, Davro, we do have locate object. Does the skull count as an object now? Is that a thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Dead bodies are objects. So
Dead bodies are objects.
All
So
right.
we can make it easier for him to track him. But also, it would be our last level spell slot. We are pretty tapped.
Fair enough. All right. I will approach Hand Dog Man with the skull. Getting ready to hand over the skull.
okay. He's clearly irritating Ninky behind the bar, and he has actually you could tell he's pulled one of the bar stools over onto the backside of the bar, and he's just sort of sprawled there, and he's got his cup almost permanently underneath one of those small barrels, and he's just taking it down.
He's pretty wasted.
Yeah. It's like late afternoon, and Hand Dog was also wasted when you met him yesterday. You get the impression that this is sort of... It's not just a job, it's a vocation. He's a vocational drinker.
Okay.
Cowboy.
That'd be me. I think we have something for you.
Please. I'm gonna hope it's a really small hooker in that bag, but it looks really bloody, so...
We got what you asked for. I'll say that. You know, I'll just not like out in the open, but just So, did we like clean the skull off, or is it?
No,
like,
it's literally a severed head.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I'll just show like
I
she
think
has
you wrapped
horns,
it.
right?
You wrapped it in something, but with the horns out. But yeah, no, this is literally a severed head.
Okay, yeah, but I'll just show the horns. Like, yeah, we got something. Just show like the horns. I'm not gonna pull out a severed head in the middle of the bar.
I expected skulls to be less bloody.
Well, we also expected her to be dead. She wasn't.
Oh.
So,
I mean, I was told that there was a possibility, but I kind of just thought it was bullshit.
well, in the future, you just make sure your information's a little bit more accurate. It's a pretty close call down there.
I mean, this is a audition for you, not for me.
That point. Look,
Tested?
look. Let's just continue on with our transaction. You have, the money?
Oh. Yeah. Do you set the severed head on the bar?
Do we got like a do you have like a plastic bag or something that I could borrow real quick? Not really borrow, but
Has plastic been invented?
do you have a bag that I can use? A bucket, yes.
Oh, and Ninky goes, yeah? She reaches under the bar and, like, it's clearly a bucket full of something, and she just sort of dumps it and hands it over.
I just like take the head out of the bag, put it in the bucket, just like, not in like plain view, but just hand it get ready to hand it to Handon. I will buy you a new bucket some other time.
She goes, don't worry about it. It's not the first time there's been a severed head in that bucket.
Questions for later.
Yeah. Hand Dog will be right back. And he scoots over into his little office area that's behind the bar, and you hear a lot of cursing and rummaging and maybe some broken objects.
Ooh.
And a phone call?
And a phone call. Yes, he takes a phone call. Takes a phone call real quick. And when he comes back out, he kind of trips over the door jamb a little bit, and Ninky props him back up, and he comes back over here, and he hands you a sack, 1,500 gold in it. I didn't divide it for you because I only do math from my own money, not other people's.
Fair enough. And here is your severed head.
Are you sure this is the right one? He sort of looks in it and lifts
I'm
up the
sure.
lip a little bit. She's got fangs, horns. Alright. He hands the bucket to Ninky and has Ninky put it in the office for him. Like, I'll take care of that. Tomorrow. What day is it? Tomorrow? I'll take care of that tomorrow. And he, y'all, free room and board here at the Warty Hag as long as you are in my employ. Or whatever. And he goes back to drinking.
Ain't got nothing else for us to do, and you keep saying these are, interviews or tryouts, whatever you call them. How long will we have to prove ourselves?
Scratches his stomach. I have to meet my contact, turn over the skull. You guys are honestly the first people that got this far. If this is the right skull, you all will be going to a party this weekend. 3 days. There's a party in 3 days. If this is the right skull, get to go to a party. Find out what's next from there. If it's not, well, everybody else just, died in the course of action. So I don't really know. That's the right skull, I hope, because I don't think you will like what happens if it's not the right skull.
This is the oddest threat I've ever heard.
Yeah.
He is very drunk. He's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, alcoholic drunk.
I'm 100% sure that is the correct skull.
It literally sucked the blood out of one of our companions, so...
Yeah.
Oh. Well, then, you've got 3 days to get ready for a fancy ass party.
Where will this party be held?
Across the river in the gym district.
Rich folk.
Mm-hmm. Real fancy. Are you just gonna stand there and look at me because I'm so damn handsome?
You know, if there's any more, I mean, I guess. Just go reach out to us after you speak to your employer, and if there's any more information about this party, we'd love to know. Anything else we need to be doing during this party? Or are we going to receive our new orders at the exact party?
At the party. Pretty sure.
Is House Salem Chant gonna be at this party?
Oh. Probably. Probably, yeah. I mean... Alright, I'm not supposed to... Do you all know... You ever heard the name Madame Flowers before?
Have we?
Cervantes may have. Roll me a history check.
Oh, but I'm stupid.
Oh. It sounds familiar. You're pretty sure it's somebody who lives in the city.
Maybe I'm a little drunk.
Yeah, it's possible. Oh.
Madam Flowers.
Yeah. She is like a legend. And she's got this big fucking purple house in the gym district. And she's blue. Like, really blue.
Like
Not
sad?
like... No, and he points at Ian. Not like that. Like, she's like navy blue colored. And, she's got kind of a reputation.
She an elf of some sort?
Another teacher?
No, she's, what are those sort of, like, the whooshy people? They're sort of, like,
Gymnast.
there's, like, an... Yeah!
Oh,
yeah,
an
there's,
air
like,
genasi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah! Whoosh, yeah.
Whooshy
Whooshy people. Yeah, I think she is. Air Genasi. She is. She's a singer. She's a dancer. I heard one time she broke into the Golden Spires. That's the Abbey, like up the coast a little bit, just so that she could seduce one of the nuns there. She throws the most. I don't get invited because most epic parties. Everybody'll be there. So I'd imagine that representatives from all of the 5 houses will be there.
Good.
Yeah, you can't go dressed like that. And he just encompasses all of you.
We're not dressed at all.
Well, maybe you want to trim your moss then.
Mosscape.
Flowers. I know a florist. So yeah, she's throwing a really... She throws a party every spring, and she throws one every season, but the spring one is on Friday. I'm kind of jealous.
Where does she get all this money from?
Yeah.
I assume it's from all of the... I don't know what her own business is, but she has been involved with some very rich people in this town. Like, involved.
I see. So she's slanging for the upper clientele.
I don't know if it's for business pleasure or yes, but that's the rumor.
Good to know. Well, Hand Dog, you've been most helpful.
Yeah.
No one's literally ever said that to me before, so thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the gold.
Not my gold.
Speaking of the gold, question for the party as it stands right now. I have split the gold as our party would stand when at full strength, so I split it 7 ways instead of 4. We'd get 214 gold, 2 silver, and 8 copper.
I will say to split it 6 ways because I don't think Ethan is going to be able to regularly play on Saturdays. So
Okay.
split it 6 ways.
1,500 divided by 6 is 250 gold.
Nobody needs any.
What was the
coppers.
original number?
214.
Is that 230?
250.
250.
Yeah. So after you divide up the gold, there you can have an evening meal here. Have some dinner beer. The food's mediocre. The beer's pretty good. After a little while, if you all sort of go about your own business in the room, you'll notice the gnome girl that none of you have met yet go up to Hand Dog, and they'll have sort of a clandestine conversation.
Could I try to eavesdrop?
Sure. Yeah. Roll me a perception check.
I don't have advantage. Oh, 14.
Yeah, you can tell that they're speaking. It's sort of hard because there's such a height difference between Hand Dog, who's about 6 feet tall, and Taffy, who's like 2.5 feet tall. So there's a pretty big difference. So there's sort of like a weird angle on the conversation. And you finally feel like you've got a good handle on what they're saying. And then as you find, because you can read lips, right? Because you took the observant feat.
Yes, I can.
So you finally get to a place where you could read both sets of their lips, and you realize they're speaking a language you don't understand.
Shit. Zach is gonna guess thieves can't, but Metal would have no fucking idea.
Zach would be correct. Yeah, so they sort of talk briefly, and Taffy will actually go out the back door. There's a door over here, and she slips out the back door.
Did he slip or something?
You didn't see her slip or did not see him slip her anything.
Alright. Then
you would have noticed the bucket. So the skull is still in the building.
still in the bucket. Cool.
Yeah.
Still worried about that. Anyway.
Are we at a table? We could be at a table.
Yeah.
No.
Cervantes.
Yeah.
You are not a representative of the city, but like you've lived here long enough.
I'm a resident, a citizen, yes.
You're a resident. Who or what are the 5 houses?
Well, Cervantes knows. I have to remember. Athkatla houses.
These would be there are more than 5 houses, but there are 5 major houses that are on the Council of 5.
So there's House Ali Bakar, Danihir, Nashivar, Ofal, and Salemchant. And these houses primarily are where most of the political power is concentrated, as well as the wealth. They are the entrepreneurial types. They own businesses. They dominate much of the trade that goes on here.
Which one controls forestation, deforestation?
Would I know that?
Would you?
Would I know that? I don't know if I know that.
Definitely not picking targets.
Let's roll a history check. Oh, I do know this.
Yeah, now, yeah, now I have to figure out who that is.
Yeah, what are they? I mean, you said they control the political power. I mean, what are they? I don't know. It's just what are these? Have you even had a chance to meet any of them, Cervantes?
Briefly.
Yeah. Um,
We'll just say in passing with business, I've dealt with Salam Chance.
If we wanted to ingratiate ourselves a little bit before the party, wasn't the tabaxi that's eating animals, wasn't that in the wealthier districts? I'm sure if we are looking around and helping people there, if everyone's at this party, we're going to see familiar faces. And if we're seen having in good spirits with other members of the party, it must raise our esteem a bit. Depending on if we want to be seen at the party.
All right, all right. It sounds like you want us to go gallivant around the city searching for ne'er-do-wells.
I believe there was a few spots which had been visited by this, I think it was a tabaxi. I think I wrote their name down.
I think it's Sid.
Sid,
Mhm.
right. Yeah.
Yes, Sid with a C.
So we could visit the stables where that has occurred, see if there's any clues, and make a few friends while we're at it.
The family that would be the most associated with the logging industry would be Ali Bakar. You would know, Cervantes, that the five families don't actually live in the main part of the gem district. There's actually a gated off section called Golden Row where the five families live.
The even more gem district.
You're looking for House Ali Bakar. Although, it's almost funny because, you can tell where most of the wealth and power is held, much like the Order of the Radiant Heart. He's gone.
Yeah.
Did he power down? Did he run out of gas?
Maybe. Maybe his Discord crashed because he's still on Roll20.
Probably just Discord. Unless Roll20 takes a while to disconnect.
Oh, technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties.
Also, you guys did get the right skull, right? I've been a watch. I didn't see it happen. We're not going to turn in the wrong skull or anything.
I am 99.9% sure we got the right spot.
We've never met Bodhi before, so we're just assuming, but they match the description.
Right place, right time. Right, it was a vampire. It would be very coincidental if it was someone else.
It would suck if.
Well,
I don't even think we can go back because it kind of collapsed.
Yeah. Also, before you decapitated her, when you still had the body, she had a brand on her chest. Of Ball.
Did we know it was Ball?
Yeah, yes, you did know that.
I think we did, yeah.
Yes, you did know it was Ball.
Here's the other thing. Did we want to tail whoever is delivering this head?
Well, I am interested personally, but hearing that we're one step away from showtime, also kind of just want to go to a party if I'm being honest.
Oh no, but it's
Ian,
probably
you
one
need
of
to be
those stuffy,
careful.
stuffy rich people parties.
Let me be clear. Before we... where we're going, there's a lot of money. But let me be clear before we move along with this mercenary group that we are. You may not be from here, but these houses, when you get involved with them and tied up in their business, these are bad people. Really bad people. So just be sure that the money's worth it.
I expected as much. I never really came across anyone who's in such a noble position that's, well, got their money through good intention means. So I assume we're entering in some sort of den of lions, I'd assume.
Like today we fight vampires and crypts. Tomorrow, you're assassinating innocent people because they get involved in the house's business.
Well, that line is to be crossed tomorrow.
And Ian, you just look like such a nice guy.
Yeah, like, I was surprised at that. I was gonna
It's
say
hard.
no, that line never gets crossed.
It's hard to police the future. No one can tell where your actions will lead. That being said, that's why we must do our best in the present.
I. Well, Ian, if you...
Oh, okay.
Plus, if they got their money through ill-gotten gains, isn't it the right thing to do to take from them?
Now you're speaking my language.
So I
Personally-
suppose wherever the head ends up, we're leaving that one alone.
I say, I mean, I'm down for either way. It's probably going to be risky, but I mean, it would maybe be a little bit advantage to know who we're
Who
dealing with
we're
before
dealing
we
with.
actually go with.
That is true. We could always, if we don't want to see the contact or trail the actual event, we could do locate object and try and find it later, as long as it does, assuming it doesn't leave the city.
Well, there's a range on spells, isn't there?
Right, but every time you use it, unless the skull is constantly moving, you can kind of sweep the city. It might take a day, 2 days, but it could be doable.
Someone's paying, hand dog to do all this stuff. It's got to be someone with money, so we can probably rule out whoever it is obviously across the water, which might help narrow down our search.
All right.
It is after about an hour, hour and a half of you all sort of sitting around, eating. We'll call it strategizing instead of plotting. You see Taffy come back in the back door, and she's sort of red-faced and out of breath, and clearly has just been about her business quickly. And everyone who has a passive perception of higher than 13 sees her slip hand dog a slip of paper before she goes back to her usual seat and her usual drinking.
My passive perception is 13. Is it meets or over?
As long as it meets it.
Okay.
So you would see this.
Alright, I see it too.
Yeah. I think everybody who's currently here sees
Yeah.
this.
Can our hour of plotting count as a short rest?
Yeah, absolutely.
That being said, if we did want to trail them, I think our best option in terms of stealth, assuming Lars is getting piss drunk right now, might be our dear friend Metal turning into a small animal.
Do have invisibility as well.
Invisibility could
Help.
work.
That could help out.
True.
Metal, before you shut down and rebooted, I was gonna let you know that House Ali Bakar are the business owners of the local logging monopoly.
Understood.
Good thing they'll be at this party.
Definitely going to have a conversation.
Are you gonna kill them though?
We don't know.
Okay.
You all also, because Hand Dog's pissed drunk, see him read this note, and curse very, very, very loudly, and then he chucks the note in the back corner of the bar and goes to bed.
Can I subtly somehow could I suddenly like thorn whip the note over here?
So it landed about here. I would say you could try that, or someone could just go pick it up. It's garbage.
Oh, wait. I'm the environmentalist. I'll try to I'll just walk over to the piece of paper and go fucking littering. And then read it, and then
Ninky says, huh, "Thank you. Assholes in here never pick up after themselves."
we are trying to clean up the city both metaphorically and literally.
And socially?
And socially. Stop polluting, goddammit. We're sorry. Did not mean to get angry at you. And you go back to the seat and pass the note around.
It has a place and time on it, which is Joaquin's Promenade at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Which is why Hand Dog was real mad.
Wow.
Really?
8 a.m.'s very early when you drink that much.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Can you tell me what the note said again?
It says Joaquin's Promenade, which is a place in the city.
Joaquin. How the fuck do you spell
Waukeen.
You
And,
familiar with the area, Cervantes?
well, I would assume I am.
Yes, it's the major market section on this side of the river. It's basically an open air bazaar.
Yeah, I go there to get my churros.
Yeah. A farmer's market.
The 8 a.m. farmer's market.
Yeah.
Well, if the tailing is gonna happen, I'm not gonna be the one doing it. So y'all decide if you want to do that. I think I'm gonna go to bed.
I think by this note, we don't have to tail him anymore.
You're a
Just have to be at the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that maybe that was like his appointment to get groceries or something.
You know, it could be.
With how he got the head, and then the little short girl went off, came back with this.
Now, there's no like laws in this city outside the magic stuff, but I mean, would it not? Is it common practice to deliver heads to people in the middle of a busy market square?
I assume it will be packaged in some way.
Yeah.
Still, this feels awkward, just being surrounded by thousands of people shopping, and you're just like, I have a head in this box nobody knows.
Everyone,
What's
it's a place to exchange goods.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna do it some sneakily way.
One man's box is another man's casket.
You're funny.
Thank you.
Yeah, if there's nothing else that you all would like to accomplish tonight, you all can take a short rest or a long rest. No, you already did a short rest, a long rest.
A long rest sounds good.
Ian, I will give you 100 gold as I owe you 600.
Oh, thank you. It's appreciated.
Start paying that back.
Take your time. I hope it came in handy in the fight I was unfortunately clockwork for.
I baited just in time. I kind of overslept. We took our short rest, and then I woke up and vampires. So
Vampires.
you know how it goes.
A little bit.
And with that, I think we get a long rest.
Mm-hmm.
We have to be up bright and early.
Yeah, unless
we're
y'all are
gonna-
gonna do any fuckery this evening. You could take your long rest.
Any fuckery?
Yeah, any
Uh,
fuckery.
I think I'm good with the fuckery we're doing right now.
Cool.
I'm trying to.
So, I'll take you all to the map page, the city map. Cervantes, you're able to take them after you have your breakfast beer and oatmeal, which is what I assume this place serves. And it's a pretty nice walk, actually, this early in the morning. The breeze coming off of the river, it always smells a little bit fishy, but it's cool. The sun is just coming up, and it's probably the most beautiful you've ever seen this city look. And you go through the streets of the Central District, and the people seem almost happy here, in stark contrast to the other parts of the city that you've seen. They go about their early morning chores, hanging laundry, sweeping their stoops. Some of them are playing with clean, well-fed children in little courtyards in front of their houses. The streets here are cobblestone and dry. They don't have the sort of open sewage, no drainage problem that the River District had. You even see in front of some of the homes here tiny flower boxes, and some of them are little raised gardens. When you reach the promenade, which is over here, the quiet of the day just shatters. You hear men and women hawking their wares: fine linen, bone china, flowers for your partner, apothecary goods, watertight buckets. Um, somebody is selling flowers, somebody is selling baskets. There's your usual array of food: churros, fresh vegetables, fish, that sort of thing. It's
Place-
all. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say this place really likes churros.
They're very good.
Um, you see stalls and tents, and it's all bright colors. And none of you are on here yet.
Neat little map.
Yeah. Okay, good. Everyone should be able to see.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Um, Amidst all of these bright awnings and market stalls is the unmistakable thrill of commerce. It's like almost like the static charge just before a lightning strike. Um, so you all probably woke up about dawn, yeah? Get here early. In that case,
How are some of us going to either disguise or hide ourselves so Hand Dog doesn't see us? Because we are not very. I mean we as in the party are not very
Subtle.
yeah.
Well, I can disguise myself, or I could even cast I could find a familiar and hide in the corner and just look through the eyes of them.
I have a disguise kit, and I can cast invisibility on one of y'all.
We can turn into a rat.
Okay.
Do you want a rat friend? I could also. I could. Oh, nice. Yeah, and if you want to disguise yourself and then act like I am your passed out drunk friend from last night and carry me around, because I'll be limp if I'm looking through the rat.
Wait, how am I going? How are we going to carry you if we are also a rat?
Oh no, Davril. It
Ah.
could disguise himself as yeah, anyone, and then carry me, my drunk ass around. Drunk.
Drunk.
Or I could just do disguise self. I just thought it might be fun to look through the eyes of a rat, you know.
I certainly am not able to do that. So, flex queen.
Flex Queen.
See, guys, that's all well and good. But I have a plan of my own. I'm gonna go over to like a textile stand and be like, one of your
Okay.
finest cowls, please.
what color do you want?
Red. It matches my stellar outfit.
Oh, yeah, fashion. 5 copper.
I'll hand over
It's
5
not
copper.
very nice.
Doesn't have to be
Fine
nice.
towel.
It kind of looks like a red Afghan that your grandma knit and put on the back of the couch and immediately forgot existed.
Thank you, kind citizen. And I walk over to the party again. Alright, I have my disguise.
Does it look like this cow has helped in any way, disguise?
Um, roll a deception check, Cervantes.
Oh no. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
at a
If you
distance.
hadn't, yeah, if you hadn't seen him put it on, like it would pass just like a passing glance. If someone was looking for him, it probably wouldn't help so much.
I'll be hanging out at a distance, just, covering you.
Sounds like a good idea.
Now, metal's gonna be a little more difficult.
We would like to find a dark alleyway that's not being spotted or, looked at in any way.
There are alleyways all over. Probably this alleyway over here is the best. It's before you get into the actual bazaar part. It's pretty gross in there. Unlike other sections of the city where they just leave their garbage out everywhere, in this section of the city, they just shove it all into the alleys. It's just a perfect place for a rat.
Yep, and then I'll turn myself. I'll just I guess if you're seeing metal, you'll see the metal parts of him heat up again, and then the tree kind of recede into smaller bits, and the metal parts changing into the various forms of the animal, and just shrinking down to the size of a tiny little rat made of tree bark and metal.
Yes, but I'm trying to make. It's not cooperating with me making you small, man. So you're just gonna have to pretend.
Yeah, I'll just pretend I'm small.
Yeah. And you can control your rat, Ian?
Yeah.
Cool. Um, did you just cast Find Familiar in the middle of this busy
I was
bazaar?
assuming because it takes an hour to cast. I assume I did that in the morning.
Okay,
Yeah.
beforehand. You did this with your breakfast beer and
Yeah.
oatmeal.
Yeah. And rat kind of crawls out of my sleeve into my hand. I place him on the ground.
Squeak.
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 Uh-huh.
Oh, I need to get rat stats. I only got 1 HP.
Uh-huh.
Cool.
Better hope none of these people
Try to
decide they
swim.
want to stomp a rat. Yeah, so I would guess you got here about 7:30. You have a little bit of time before Hand Dog is supposed to meet his contact, assuming Hand Dog is a punctual a punctual fence. So you can browse and arrange yourselves as you wish in Joaquin's Promenade.
We want to hide ourselves in this box. These boxes over here. Just
Okay.
so we can get a good look of what's over there and there.
Okay. Make me a stealth check to see how hidden you are as a little rat.
Oh, I thought a rat would have more stealth. Or at least,
I'll let you do it at advantage because it's a fucking rat.
Hey, that's like 19.
Yeah, good job. You feel very hidden. You put yourself into a box of what turns out to be peanut butter cookies. So you also have a snack if you're hungry.
Immediately start just his eyes go over to it and then he looks back and then looks back at it and goes instinct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after, I would say, half an hour goes by, 45 minutes go by.
Hand dog is not punctual.
You see Hand Dog come in from this side of the map, and he looks who has the highest passive insight?
Probably
I don't.
no. 13.
17?
Okay.
11.
Yeah, he looks real hungover, but sober for the first time since you've seen him.
Neat.
Yeah,
He's sober.
he is sober, and he sort of makes his way in. He's looking around. Let's see if the people who are trying to hide in plain sight, if you will, are just on the other side of these market stalls. Roll me stealth checks just to see. You can, Cervantes, I'll let you do it with advantage since you did put on a hat.
Nice.
Just, be walking around with my big chain and gun.
You know, as you do. I would say, yeah. Hand Dog makes his way through this. He's sort of browsing. Anybody want to look to see if he's got the head on him?
Oh yeah, I'll make a perception check.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Make me a perception check. Yeah. You don't see a bucket. But Hand Dog always wears that long leather coat. And you see like round one hip area, where one would normally carry a bag, underneath the coat is sort of a package-shaped item.
Roughly
Presumably
the
that
size.
would hold. Yeah.
Roughly the size of a head.
Yeah. Looks like it weighs about 7 pounds or so. Pretty
I'll
sure that it's a head.
I'll try to get within the view of Ian's rat and give him a heads up and be like, he's got the head.
Squeak.
Squeak. So the skull and crossbones means he is the person who currently has the head. He stops here. He pays and gets like an apricot to eat. Walks around the fountain, tosses a couple copper in the fountain.
Ugh.
I'll lean down to look at Davril and give him a little signal that Hand Dog has arrived.
And then he goes into this alley.
I want to get a closer look.
Okay.
Just be like, in these boxes over here.
Oh, bold move. Roll me another stealth check. It's still an advantage because you're just a rat.
Is Hand Dog gonna make another perception check for him? Or are you rolling with passive?
That's a nat
Oh!
20.
Oh.
And a
Uh,
nat 1.
Oh.
Oh, the dichotomy of man. I'm rolling with his passive perception.
Cool.
He's hungover and feels pretty confident in his abilities
Yeah.
I
for
definitely
whatever
know
that's worth.
that I would not be very passive when I'm hungover. Mainly because my hangovers make me want to die.
He's a professional hangover artist. So what you see is a very, very well-dressed individual, human, younger than Hand Dog, who is a hard 40. The person that he's meeting is a soft 22, male wearing a full ascot with a little jewel in it. He, however, does not look like he has been to bed, so he has probably been in this alley waiting for Hand Dog since well before the sun came up.
Mm.
And the this new man, he sighs and rolls his shoulders and he says, "Mr. Axebrow, I thought that we've talked about your punctuality already." Says, "This is the first time I've been sober in like 45 days. You get what you get." And the younger man says, "Well, do you have what has been requested?" And Hand Dog pulls out what looks like a butcher's package. Is wrapped in brown paper and tied up with a string. It's still a little bloody on one end. You know. I, and the other man sighs. It's fresh. It's fresh. You couldn't clean it up? Do you know how much it costs to get blood out of this coat? And the Hand Dog says, "Listen, Cole. These fuckers that you hired this time, he hired this time, whatever. They got your goddamn skull. They didn't get eaten like the last ones. Take the fucking skull. Give me my money. I'm sure that Daddy will pay to have your coat cleaned." And you see him hand over the skull. So now Cole has the skull. And he puts it in a satchel. And he holds it very gingerly by the horn end. So he opens his bag and drops it in there, and it just whoop, disappears. Get the impression that there's an extra dimensional space inside of this bag. Cole looks at Hand Dog and says, "All right, Mr. Axebrow, you can fuck off now." And Hand Dog holds out his hand. I was promised payment for wrangling those weirdos again. And Cole will hand him an envelope, not a sack of coins. And Hand Dog tucks it into his coat and will make his way back out, and he'll hit up some of the stalls that he did not. Goes on this side and browses a little bit, buys himself a churro to make up for his hangover. And
Interesting.
What's this Cole guy doing? He's just sitting there.
You have a high passive insight. You get the impression that he's counting silently in his head, so that he can make sure that he gives Hand Dog enough time to get the fuck out of here before he leaves. So, Hand Dog buys a churro. He gets a little tankard of breakfast beer.
I have no idea, but it might be terrible.
Everybody who's still out here, roll me one more
Oh no.
one more stealth check. And Cervantes, you can still do it at advantage.
It's not bad. Really good.
Really good. Hand Dog grabs his breakfast beer and his churro, and he's double fisting it, and he just walks right past you and doesn't notice shit. He kind of checks you out for a minute just because he likes the cut of your jib, and then
I do have a nice ass.
yeah. And then he presumably goes back to presumably drinking at the Warty Hag is what he's gonna go do some more now.
Sounds like we need to reconvene.
Alcoholic. Yeah, it does sound like we need to reconvene, but
Unless you have something to do.
We'll start leaving. He waits about 5 minutes before he comes out. And he gets to about there when Metal, you hear something completely alien to everything else you've heard this morning. It's running footsteps.
running?
Running. And then the rest of you start to hear it. It's lots of feet running. And it's someone very short of breath, panting. You hear the clank of armored boots. And didn't put them on this map, but that's okay. You can use your imaginations. A woman wearing burgundy and gold robes with dark skin and black hair just bolts through the center of the bazaar. And she's bleeding. Blood is just running down one shoulder and her arm and is dripping off of her left fingertips. And hot on her trail, maybe 20 feet behind her, is an entire squad of uniformed guards in pursuit.
Oh, she's a mage.
And the crowd in the promenade just silently parts as this happens. None of them look at her. They all just move out of the way as she bolts and the guards pursue her.
Wait, was this one of the people we saw in the underground? Like that underground wizard school?
Make me a perception check.
I hit the button. Where's the thing?
Rat wasn't there, Ian. It doesn't know.
No.
10.
You're not sure? You really only talked to the one woman with the imp? It's not her, but there's something vaguely familiar about her.
Is there any way my rat could potentially aid in the escape by pushing over or breaking something carrying fruit to produce a marble-esque effect?
Um, okay, make me a strength check for the rat
My rat. Go.
to see if he can push over this a bushel of fruit.
I believe in you.
He's got
This is -4. Yeah, it's a 2.
Yeah, no, he does,
He's trying.
and he actually just sprains his little rat wrist. But so she disappears down this alley here, and the guards follow her, and the footsteps retreat. And all of the action in the bazaar just resumes as if nothing happened.
Cole didn't react to this, did he?
Mm-mm.
In any
Nope,
strange
he just did
way?
this. No, he did the same thing everybody else did, and actually just sort of keeps continuing on. The only sign that any of this happened at all is a thick trail of blood across the cobblestones. A lot of blood.
With Cole being in close proximity to me and passing by, would I have recognized that he's from one of the 5 houses? I'm kind of specifically looking for that.
Yeah. He is wearing very, very fine clothing, but none of the insignias of any of the houses. And you know how much people like to show off what house they're from if they're from one of the noble houses. But he does have. So you know that he kind of has the look about him that reminds you of some of the people from the Salimchat family.
Or maybe he's one of the cowled wizards. I would definitely know less about them, I imagine, but
Yeah, you would know much less about them. You do know that most of the Salimchats have dark hair, dark eyes, and he does. And he's quite fancy. So it would stand to reason that he was probably a member of.
just like laying low because he's committing like a crime. I don't know. Anyway, that's just my conjecture.
Yeah. At the very least, he doesn't want people to see him associated with Mr. Axebrow here.
I'm just gonna watch him leave.
Yeah, he leaves this direction.
Which cardinal direction is that?
He will go out of the promenade towards the southwest. So is it because it kind of sits on a diagonal? So you come in northeast, go out southwest. So he goes out southwest, and you can see that he hangs a sharp left out.
I imagine I'm a good meeting point for the party because I'm the most obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You now have a metallic rat on your shoulder.
Are any of you proficient in medicine?
Ooh, no, but I have a +5 in it.
Okay, I feel like that's probably good enough. Metal, the amount of blood, it is bright arterial red, and the amount of blood on the floor suggests that without intervention, she will not survive.
I want to be lawful. I want to be kinda good. Cervantes, the rat's gonna look at Cole, look at you, and then just kind of like put its little ratty hand on your cheek and go, and just like,
What are you doing?
kind of point.
Weak.
Squeak!
Which way are you pointing?
I'm pointing towards the blood trail.
What about it?
Weak. Can his rat speak to my rat? Is there cross rat communication?
Do rats?
Because I can talk to my
You
rat.
know, yes. You know what? Yes, because that makes sense to me.
What is it, boy?
What is it, boys? Are we stuck in the well? No, we have a possible other spellcaster being chased by fascists. Maybe we should go kill them.
That's-
Hey.
Your rat doesn't understand what fascists mean, but he manages to get the message across to you.
So he's worried about the fashion police?
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Squeak, squeak.
The fashion police.
I guess. I mean, that's as bad as it gets if you wearing shitty clothes. I mean, I guess.
Look, if you're worried about
It is a rich area.
Like-
I guess.
Look, if you're worried about that woman who is running by spilling blood, that shit happens all the time in this city. Don't worry about it. We need to focus on our goal here.
God damn it, let's go help that woman. Just hearing you talk sometimes.
Hearing you talk.
What do you mean? This isn't anything special. Like, this happens on the regular.
I'm going to jump down underneath and then go underneath Cervantes and then turn into a dire wolf.
Okay, all right.
That's a good way to get them to chase after you.
And then with Cervantes on my back, we're going after them.
Yeah,
Now I have.
I'll be running that.
Whoa, where are you going? Where are you taking me?
Okay.
It's a good thing you're wearing that cowl so no one will know who you are.
Yeah, nobody'll know.
I'm being abducted.
Okay. So give me 1 second. I gotta move these people down the alley further because I didn't think that would be such a moral dilemma. Yeah.
Metal wants to be a good person. Because earlier in his life, he was not a good person. And it was not great.
Were you an eco-terrorist?
He was an eco-terrorist and killed people. And it was like, this is not the way to solve my problems and nature's problems. I need to find a better way.
Well, I mean, killing people who kill the forest is a good way to fertilize the forest.
Okay.
Yes,
Good we make for good composting.
it would make for good composting, but as a result of Metal's backstory, more death is not the answer. Especially if that death has to come from any sort of kind of war.
Oh, she has a name on her token.
Don't name them, you'll get attached.
They all get names because once I've made them, I'm already attached. This is how it happens. Yeah, you run down the alley, and you all can see. There's not any dynamic lighting on this layer, so I'd be mad if you couldn't. And you see, how many is that? 9? 9 soldiers in various kinds of bits of armor. There is very clearly one person that seems more finely dressed and more in charge than the rest.
Found my target.
Which is that one.
I say target, more like meal.
More like meal. So we're gonna roll initiative.
Oh god damn it, we never get in trouble with the law around here! That's bad news!
Don't you have like more of a responsibility to like people or something?
Listen, I go for the big fish, not this little shit.
Aren't you also a spellcaster?
My spell casting is authorized by the city. I am divine.
Yeah, that's true.
My powers were given to me by God, god damn it. To get money.
How does the city feel about artifice?
So the way I'm interpreting arcane spellcraft to mean
Okay,
anything,
okay.
to mean
that
anything
makes
that's intelligence based. Yeah.
What about charisma based?
Technically, no. But do you think these people are smart enough to know the difference?
No, they are not.
Yeah.
Because I don't know much about the cowled wizards, but I'm sure I know of them and how dangerous they are, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, if the city catches you spellcasting, the cowled wizards come after you, and I'm like, oh shit, those are like the Inquisition. We're in big trouble.
I was gonna say, is like, isn't charisma-based spellcasting like, if it's maybe bards, it might be good, but if you're a warlock, like you are,
Yeah, probably it would just depend on what it looks like.
forbidden knowledge.
Yeah, so it probably just depends on what it looks like. So, bardic magic, pretty easy. Are they casting it using some sort of instrument, perhaps? Holy magic. Okay, somebody turns into an animal. Got a pretty good idea of that. Shooting sparkles out your fingers? Okay. Did...
Oh, we need to roll
Yeah, it's just
initiative.
Cervantes left.
Where's my token? There it is.
I was like, also, I need you to know, Quentin, that I had to change the token for night because the one that comes out is exactly Cervantes' token. So I'm like, well, that's gonna be fucking confusing. I can't just use the one from the Monster Manual. Davril, what is your dex modifier?
4.
The secret is I was one of them all along.
Oh God, yeah, you go. You will go before them. Let's see. Do we have any other doubles? Yes. Ian, what is your dex modifier?
+3. 17.
Yeah. This is well. For something that's literally called a psionic monkey, it's not very fast. I think that's it. Okay. Okay, so, Ian, you're up first, Mr. 8 to initiative.
So my question, can anyone see, like, besides these guards, are we in the sight of the general public?
No. You're
Okay.
behind a significant mound of garbage and detritus at the mouth of this alley, and then you're probably 60 feet down the alley. This is a very long alley that snakes in between
Okay.
a bunch of buildings.
And hold on, how far away is this? 105.
Oh wow, far away.
Yeah. I will just walk up to and just like, all right, I guess we're like I'm running after because he's sprinting away on the direwolf. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna run after it, barely reach out and just touch metal and give him guidance. This path is going to hurt you. If you have to take it, you have to take it. Good luck. And I'm going to stay back.
That's not ominous at all.
No.
No.
No. Okay.
Arc.
Bark.
Woof. Woof woof. So now it's his turn.
Let's see that token. He looks like a. I can't tell if that's his hair or something on his shoulders.
This guy?
Yeah, this guy kind of looks. Like a
What is
woman.
it? Shift Z?
Yeah, Shift Z, then click the token, or click the token, then Shift Z.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, nope. I was gonna call him a femboy, but never mind.
No. No, he's real ugly.
He is ugly as fuck.
Yeah, he's very ugly. So this guy will sincerely actually fuck off with that bullshit. He is going to run this way towards her and just zoop, goes real fast, and I forgot to roll initiative for the fucking victim. Cool. Dope. Okay. You know, just the reason you're in here. Okay, that's him, and he is going to do what fast boys do best. And he punches her, and the first one she sort of slaps out of the way, but the second one catches her directly in her injured shoulder. And she takes the punch damage, and then immediately a frown crosses in between her eyebrows. Like she's also taken, I don't know, some psychic damage.
Oh. Yeah.
Oop, no, that's the wrong way. There. Metal, it's your turn.
Cool. Get ready, Cervantes. You're coming with me. Action dash. Maybe get Cervantes right up into people's face. And that is my turn.
Okay, cool. Now it's the captain's turn.
Sir, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to end up here.
She's the female elf.
In game,
All right, I'll let that start.
in game, I did call her sir.
Yeah. So she turns and is startled to see a man with a whip and a gun riding a metal direwolf.
It's not what it looks like.
And the dire wolf is not happy.
Yeah, so Cervantes, you're gonna get 1.
Oh, no.
And Metal, you'll get 2. Does a 22 hit, Cervantes? Yeah. So that's 9 slashing damage. And and Metal, a 22 and a 17. Those both hit the dire wolf, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 11 total slashing damage. And she turns over her shoulder as she slashes at you. She's dual wielding scimitars, by the way. And she says, "Looks like we've got more people to take in. We'll meet our quota this month." Davril.
Daryl's gonna step up. So I have to measure. He's gonna step up, take out his lamp, like gun, spin it around, and then fire an eldritch blast it.
At which one?
The captain that just
Okay.
attacked Metal and Giovantes.
Okay. Shoot. Nope.
Okay.
Yeah. 13 does not hit.
All right. Bonus action. Pop out the Shadow Blade, and that'll be it for me.
Okay. Now it is the charmingly named generic paladin's turns. This one. He will move up to here. I don't believe he's got any ranged. Nope. And this one, he thinks she's got it, so he'll get to about there, and that's their turn.
That's the one I'm
Cervantes.
gonna reaction bite.
Okay. Bite him.
I'm like, no, please, I'm innocent. She stabs me, and I'm like, you bitch!
That's a
Yeah.
25 to hit,
Oh.
12 piercing damage, along with 4 critical piercing damage, and he's got to give me a strength save.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Let's see. He fails.
He is knocked prone.
Ooh.
Probably about right there.
Okay, so yeah, you just reach out and you manage to grab him behind the thigh where he's wearing chainmail and a shield, and you manage to grab him behind the thigh in that blank space where his knee bends, and you just rip out the big artery that runs through there. He is on death's door.
Ooh.
And he is prone. Okay. Are you doing something, Cervantes, besides saying that this wasn't your idea?
After I get slashed, I'm like, shit, I guess I'm guilty by association. And I just turn to the party and I go, alright, motherfuckers, if we're doing this, no one leaves alive! And I hit her. I'm gonna...
No witnesses!
I'm gonna use, I'm gonna activate, Thunderous Smite. And I'm gonna try to hit her with my Chain Whip.
Okay.
11 to hit. I miss!
Yeah.
And then, I'm gonna hop off the direwolf.
Okay. Is Thunderous Smite concentration? Is that one that you can...
It is, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Let me put the stopwatch on. There you go.
Excellent.
And actually, I'm gonna action surge this.
All right.
Let's try to. This time, I'm gonna hit the guy on the ground. You. That girl, hard to hit. This guy, easy. Natural 20. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How would you like to kill Sir Generic Paladin #1?
After I swing at her, I'm gonna keep the momentum up and do a 180 and just keep it spinning and hit him in the head. And it just, as it cracks him in the skull, it explodes in a thunderous shockwave, and bits of him just fly all over the walls on the floor.
Yeah. It's a sprinkle of meat and blood and bone and bits of chainmail. Sounds a little bit like industrial music.
Once I've hit him and he explodes, I'll catch the end of my whip and turn to the captain again. And end my turn.
Okay. She doesn't look nearly as upset that she's killed one of her men, as she probably should. Let's see. She is going to cast. Ooh, boy. Oh, well, she won't cast that then. She'll just do. Doesn't she have any touch spells? Dumb. She's just gonna stab him. She'll stab. She'll stab this guy down here. The city guard. Stab. That does not hit. So she, clutching her numb arm, tries to stab him, and that doesn't work. And she says, "You all should help or get out of the line of fire, please." And that's her turn. The veteran has gonna go over here and see. Metal, nope. So here's your natural 20 on you, 25 to hit metal.
Oh god.
And you take. Oh, that's not too bad. You take 10 slashing damage. His first one, he comes up and he's really freaked out by your clanky metal teeth. He's never seen a wolf that's also a robot. And he misses, and it sort of skids across the cobblestones and kicks up some sparks. But then he swings back up and he catches you underneath the chin. City guard time. So these guys are going to go over here. And the top one is going to attack you. Cervantes, your AC is 16?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So you take 4 bludgeoning damage.
Uh-oh.
But his second hit missed.
That was for my concentration.
Yeah, you're good. Metal, you are getting even at advantage. That misses. Does a 16 hit your wolf?
A 16 does hit my wolf. Wolf's
Okay, you
AC
take-
is 14.
14. Okay, you take 5 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Because the city guard have pack tactics.
Aw.
So do I.
And then this one will go over here. And she will take that one. He thwonks her upside the head. She is looking real rough, dudes. But the second one misses. Ian, it's your turn.
Oh, bother.
Ian is Winnie the Pooh, confirmed.
Yeah. What the heck do I want to do? Gosh darn it, no. Stop calling me. um, uh, bu- 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 Uh, I will. How far away is this? I'll just run up here and catapult one of these here oranges at this lovely man right here.
Okay. The generic paladin number 2.
Yeah.
Okay, what save is that?
I believe it's a dex save.
My man's not very dexterous. He rolled a 13.
Bop. That's 11 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, you. The orange just comes out of nowhere. He's like, cowboy and a pastel tiefling? This is gonna be whack! And you. This orange knocks his helmet off and takes him down to single digits of health.
Yeah, Ian sighs. I really didn't want to do this. And then my little rat is gonna scurry past. That'll be it.
He stares very confusedly at the rat.
It just happens to be a rat.
Okay. My psionic monk here is going to. He's decided that they've got this. There's a big fucking thing over there. He's gonna come over here, and he's gonna do some dope monk shit and flip onto this side. And that's his turn. Metal.
All right. Do I want to do that?
I don't know.
Good idea, but then we'd lose a meat shield. Fuck it, why not? Bonus action, revert form. I am now metal again.
Okay.
So, multi-sided, shoot side, there's metal. There he is.
Boop.
And I need everything in front of me, all 3 of those guys, to give me con saves.
Con saves. Okay.
So
That's
I'm
two
casting 2nd level Thunder Wave.
Oh. Okay. So double con saves. What is this? This is
DC 15.
15. Okay. The top one saves and the bottom one does not for the city guards. And does she have a con save? No. The captain also fails.
Cool. They're pushed 15 feet away from me and take 13 thunder damage unless they saved.
Okay. Bloop. Bloop. They both take 13. I can do math. Maybe I can do math. Does this dude take damage on half damage on a save?
Half damage, yeah.
Okay. Now it's the captain's turn. Yeah, that's bonus action. Action. Do you want to do any death dancing, Metal?
Maybe to right here.
Okay, cool. Excellent. The captain will. She flips her scimitars around, shoves them into the side of her belt, and pulls a bow off her back. $17 metal?
No. I have
Okay.
my own shield. Block it.
Okay. Davril, this one's coming to you. 18.
Yeah.
Okay, you take 11 piercing damage. And now it's your turn.
Let's see if I. Okay, I still have Shadow Blade. I'm just gonna keep running, and when I get to this guard, I'll go ahead and swing it out.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, 19 will hit. Um, how do you kill him?
I'm just like focused on like running down to get to the rest of my group, so I just kind of just like while passing him, just like quick uppercut with the scimitar, and then just keep on going a couple more spaces.
Okay. Yeah, you very easily carve up the side of his neck and face because Ian knocked his helmet off, so you have full access to all of the important parts. And he bleeds out and falls dead. Anything else?
Unfortunately, I think that's all my movement, so that will be it for me. You said I took 11 points of damage, right? For the hit that I took.
Yeah, let me double check. Yes, you did take 11.
Okay, just make sure. So
There's
that's
a lot of numbers on this side. The generic paladins are both dead. Boop. Of course, it's the other one. There we go. Cervantes, it's your turn.
I'm gonna go ahead and do a sidestep here and try to whip this guy with my chain. That is not very good. That's I rolled a 2.
Oof.
And then I'm just gonna provoke an attack of opportunity and continue running. There's 1, 2,
Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6.
You take 4 bludgeoning damage as you go. He whacks you across the back with his mace.
Natural 20 on my con save. And
Okay.
I end my turn.
Cool. It is Subri's turn, and she is going to... let's see. She is going to cast Misty Step. And she is going to appear here. Hello, boys.
Are you sure you want to come back into the fight?
Well, she's looking for a very particular angle.
Oh.
And now that she's done that for her bonus action, she is going to do a firebolt. Do, do, do. And completely whiff.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, she whiffed on that one. This guy's gonna come up here, and he is gonna try and he's gonna stab you, Metal, or try to. Nope. See you next turn, veteran. City Guard's turn. Okay, Metal, you were going to take... What's your AC as Metal?
As metal, 19.
Oh. You take only one of those hit. So you take 8 bludgeoning damage.
That little box in the...
And these guys... One is going to come up here. And this guy's also gonna come up here. 5 bludgeoning damage to you, Cervantes. And then 7 bludgeoning damage. How are you looking?
Oh, 7 more?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
They both hit you.
Oh, no, I lost concentration.
Oh no!
I'm bloody.
Okay, okay.
I'm bloody.
I'm just thrown off. Because Ian, it's your turn. Joseph's character has 19 hit points, so I have no idea how many hit points you already have. You are muted, Harrison.
I'm just gonna run up there and then have my rat run further up. And yeah, I'm gonna shocking what's it called? Shocking touch this dude through my rat.
The rat, okay.
Little rat touch his foot and suddenly get tased by 5,000 volts.
Poop. The 15?
Yes, that hits.
That's 6 lightning damage.
Okay.
1 staticky rat.
Yeah, he's like, oh. I already do not like rats.
And it has no reactions now.
Right. Anything else?
No, that'll be it.
Cool. He's gonna squish a rat.
Yeah.
I should have pulled up rat statistics. Does it?
Rat stat.
Yeah. I'm gonna guess that a 14 hits a rat.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, there's 1 health.
Yeah.
By the rat.
Yeah. He gets staticked by the rat and just stomps it. And
I have very little nature here in the city. That rat was one of the many animals that only inhabit this place.
that's a natural 20 to hit you, Ian.
Oh,
Did he pass by me?
He did, yeah. You can stab him.
Go ahead. Try stabbing him with the shadow blade.
Yeah, that'll fucking hit.
Here we go.
6. Okay. Yeah, you stab him, and he takes it and he jolts a little bit, but he's bloodied, but still standing. Ian, are you gonna use some of your time bullshittery on my
I
natural
use
20?
that before he rolls. I can't know the number.
Oh, cool. So that's 26 damage.
Owie.
I think that just changed my priority. I was going to do something, and that changed the whole thing.
It is now your turn.
Cool. I'm going to cast Wither and Bloom centered on that guy, the guy who just nat 20'd Ian.
Mhm.
So he needs to give me a con save.
Okay. He fails.
He takes 9 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
And Ian, you can roll one of your hit dice, add +5 to it, and you heal that much.
Okay.
But it does spin your hit die when you do that.
So
Cool.
13.
Excellent.
He
get that back. And then bonus action shillelagh.
Okay. Somebody's getting a whacking. It is the captain's turn.
Oh, you're approaching me.
And she natural one's the first one. She spins one of her scimitars around and actually gets it stuck in the floor. 25.
25 hits.
So you take 5 slashing damage, but she's down to 1 scimitar now. Devil, now it's your turn.
For a second, I'm gonna put my scimitar in the ground as well. I hold up the lamp. I'm gonna like just kind of flick it to kind of give a resonating sound. I'm casting Shatter right in between the captain and these other 2 guards. So I need them to make a con save.
Okay. So, which of the 2 guards are in there?
I think I can only get the one directly kind of like diagonal of Cervantes, and the
Okay,
other
those 2.
one, yeah, the other one directly south of Cervantes.
Okay. So the captain. What's your DC? 15? She makes it.
DC 14.
14. She makes it. She rolled a 15. And these guys. One fails, one succeeds. So this guy fails, and he takes 9. Jesus Christ. He takes the full one, and they both succeed. I can do math. Okay. Anything else?
And then I'm just gonna pick up my scimitar, step down here to get right up on this dude, and that'll be it.
Okay. Cervantes.
I'm gonna stand up straight and go, I will not die here! Second wind.
Nice.
And then, I'm going to try to chain whip the guy in front of me
Okay.
for a 14.
14 hits.
Crack him upside the head for 8 damage. And I will end my turn.
All right. Now it's Subri's turn, and she... will do... Let's see. She's going to step up here. He misses. She's going to... Metal, how hurt are you looking?
Metal's all right. 26 out of 39. Not bad.
Okay. She's gonna cast Cone of Cold.
Where?
direction,
Oh, thank God.
so that she's gonna try and get these guys and not get any of you. That's her intention.
Okay.
It'd be real dick if she was like, no, thanks for coming to my rescue, guys, but actually, fuck you in particular.
Fuck you in particular. Sucked like a 5th level spell. Fucked up or killed the entire party. TKK.
Uh, okay. Only one of those guys saved. So let's see. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. So, this is the one that saved and still didn't.
Dies anyway.
Yep, dies anyway. Captain dies. And she looks at you. Thank you for the distraction.
Thank you for being able to carry your own weight.
She is still very bloody. And this one's gonna stab Metal. Which is just like a very funny sentence. Your AC is 22, correct?
AC's 19. No.
19. No, I'm thinking of somebody else. Someone else. Sorry. 11 slashing damage to you then.
Ow.
City Guard. This one. Miss. Okay, you take 6 bludgeoning damage, Metal. And Cervantes. That guy misses. So you are not dying in this alley today, Cervantes. Guy whiffed both times.
Nice.
Yeah. Ian.
What's the guy in front of me looking like?
Real bloody.
Real bloody.
I would say single digits.
Yeah, no, I'll cast sleep on him. Fuck it.
Okay.
Good night.
Leap?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This boy's going to bed.
Yeah. He falls asleep. He gets a little wobbly. He gets a big lungful of the dust you blow out, and he just blurp, crumples to the floor of the alley like a Kleenex.
Nice.
Sandman?
That's what I imagined.
Yeah, no, that's it for me.
Okay. That's... Now it's his turn. And he's asleep. It's your turn.
Alright, Metal is gonna bonus action pull out the greater healing potion and smash it against his face.
Okay.
And heal for 12.
Smash.
And then he is going to which one looks worse for wear, the veteran or the guard?
The veteran is untouched.
Untouched.
Yeah. The guard is missing hit points.
I'm hopefully. How bad does the guard look?
He is not yet bloody.
Not yet bloody.
No, he just got sort of whacked a little bit.
Well then, he's getting whacked again.
Okay.
Shillelagh. Or not. 9.
Mm-mm. Nope.
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 And
Okay.
that is my turn.
Okie dokie. Captain Stead, Davril.
Okay. I see this guy fall asleep.
Mhm.
Good job, Ian. I'll just leave him for now, and I'll rush up and I'll attack this guy.
Okay.
Attack hit with the shadow.
Yeah.
Just 4. Wow.
Yeah. Your sugar mama's got to get you a better packed weapon, man.
We're gonna have words later. Yeah, that's just. I just like halfway through, like getting ready to stab him, the shadow just kind of just like shrinks and it does.
It's just a butter knife for a moment. Boop.
Like, now I have your attention. Now be
Yeah, he turns to face you. Cervantes.
I'm gonna turn to this last guard and go, wrong place, wrong time, fucker. When I hit him.
Okay. Oh.
You know what?
How do you
Just
you kill him?
I'm gonna wrap my chain around his neck and pull him in and hit my kick him in the chest with my foot and then pull until his throat collapses and throw him to the ground.
Yeah, you feel that really satisfying of his windpipe collapsing, and then he gags silently for a few seconds until he dies.
Fucker probably had a family, goddammit, and I turn around.
He is wearing a wedding ring.
Damn.
Yeah. It's Subri's turn, and she is going to cast fireball. No. No. She's just gonna stab the guard and miss. This veteran is going to step up here and try to do you a stab. Nope. Nope. Davril, the veteran steps up to you, and it's almost like your patron heard you bitch about your packed weapon, and you feel almost a second ethereal hand grab your lamp and just bring it up to block both of those strikes.
Nice.
Metal, you take 7 bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
Ian, it's your turn. You're muted again.
I'm just gonna rifle through this dude's pockets. See what he's got.
What you got?
Okay,
Picture of his kids.
Roll me an investigation check.
They're all family.
It's a nat 20.
Jesus Christ, alright.
27.
Cool.
Find 6 magic items that you guys sorely need.
I'm basically looking if he has any identification on him. If is this just a regular run of the mill guard squad running around? Is this like a higher level of that? Because he seems to be good at his job.
Find his social security.
Yeah, you find just the guard's insignia, like pinned to his chest, and in his pocket you find a little pin that has a rune on it, but like there's a hood over the rune, So the rune is partially obscured. You also find Eyes of the Eagle, and for some reason, you pull an alchemy jug out of his pocket.
I see.
That's what the random loot table gave you.
Yeah, no, everything seems to be going all right over there. I'm just making sure he doesn't wake up.
Okay. Do you sing him a little lullaby? Stay asleep. Stay asleep.
Yeah, sure.
Metal, it's your turn.
Cool. I am going to. I'm going to cast a spell.
Cool.
And I need both this guard and this guy to give me con saves, because I'm casting Wither and Bloom again.
All right.
Oh, not great. Not great when it comes to damage.
They both save.
They take 3 necrotic damage. But I
Okay.
get to spend a, one of these.
A hit die.
Oh, I don't take a short rest. I spend a hit die.
Okay. She's dead.
5, 16.
Davril.
Alright. I'm going to see. The guard should be pretty hurt right now, or is he still?
He is bloodied. He's got a broken nose, bloodied lip. You see dark veins sort of creeping up his neck from the Wither and Bloom that Metal cast.
Alright. We'll go with him first. Just regular pack weapon attack.
Yeah, that hits. Nice. He is on death's door.
Then bonus action swing with the shot.
Okay. Nope. Nope.
Alright, that's it for me.
Okay. Every time one of you miss, I wish that I had given you the Blades of Fate so you could stab yourselves. Every time. Cervantes. Jesus Christ.
Oh, there's 2 of them left. I'm going to whip my rip around my chest and just kind of have it wrapped up there and pull out my gun, and I'm gonna shoot the guard
Okay.
for a 10.
Nope. It actually sort of bings off of Metal's giant mushroom-shaped helmet.
Metal, get the fuck out of the way!
Shoot better!
God damn it. And I'll just pop out the casing of the bullet and start to put another one in my turn.
Okay. She's gonna cast... Fuck it. Subri's going to cast Magic Missile at the 4th level at the Veteran. So...
At the 4th level. That's some serious business.
So... Let's see. Yeah, okay, so... That's 5. One more. 10, 20. You see magic missiles just sort of erupt from her hands like this. And the veteran staggers back and sort of coughs up blood. And now it's his turn. And he is going to He's gonna fire his heavy crossbow at her because he didn't like that. This is. Ooh. A thick crossbow bolt catches her directly between the throat and the collarbone, and she coughs a little bit. She herself is looking on death's door. The guard, seeing that she is mostly dead, is going to attack Davil, who is behind him. Does a 16 hit you, Davil? Say that again?
That hits exactly.
Okay. So you get hit twice for 9 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
He just overhand swings his mace at you twice.
How's everyone else?
Wow. I'm barely in double digits.
The girl you came down here to save has 2 hit points left.
Yeah, so we shouldn't be complaining. What I'm hearing is we should not be complaining.
Ian, it's your turn.
Well, yeah, I'll walk over here and I'll catapult one of these barrels into that guy right there.
Okay.
A whole ass barrel.
Yeah.
Oh, ass barrel.
He rolls a 4. He doesn't get a save. He fails.
Okay.
Um,
Fuck that guy in particular.
yeah. It's 21 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, God.
Whoa.
Wow.
Honestly, he had 4 hit points left, so I'm just gonna say that you kill both of these guys.
Great.
Because they both had single-digit hit points left. You could kill everyone on the field with that roll.
Well. Yeah, I do that, and then I look at Metal. Happy.
Ian is salty today.
Ian is salty today. Healing word, what's her name?
Supri, okay?
Yeah, Supri. Who else wants some healing?
I'm gonna Eldritch Blast the guy that's sleeping.
Yeah, you guys are... Will say since the only person left on here is, asleep, you all can dispatch him at your leisure.
Yeah.
Execution style.
Well, hold
Yeah.
on. No, sorry.
Oh, I was to say, unless you wanted to, I don't know, wake him up and talk to him for some reason.
Do we think we need any information out of this guy first, or just off?
Mage Lady, do you want to talk to him or do anything? You're the one who had the beef.
She looks at you and raises one eyebrow and says, I believe that I have the same beef with him that you would have also.
I didn't get caught.
Well, I'm actually trying to do something about this situation, so...
Well, we all have our ways. So no talk to him?
No, you can fucking kill him, please.
Alright.
If you don't want to, I will.
Dabble, do you want to do the honors, or are we giving it to our mage friend?
I'm cool either way. I know Cervantes wants to do execution style, so...
I'm just down the alley, like, literally angrily grumbling as I'm, like, cramming a body into a barrel.
I'll just handle it.
Imagine the paycheck or the gold they have.
Yeah. Oh, only the... Ian only searched the one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll definitely, in the name of Joaquin, rifle through his pockets for any ill-gotten goods.
Yeah.
Before
How
you search
long-
people, do you just go, Joaquin, bless me this day, for I have now been granted this bounty, and then turn around.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that that's probably fair. do you want to try and do this quickly, or do you want to take your time and get all of the shit out their pockets?
I'm being quick with my efforts.
Okay.
I'm trying to hide
in
bodies.
in that case,
There's a
roll
trail
me-
of blood leading to us.
Well, also there's the explosion splatter of one of the corpses, but, you know, I'm a paranoid motherfucker and I'm scared.
Subri will go over and she just yanks the psionic monk's head up and just drags her dagger across his throat.
Ooh.
And she says,
work.
if you pile them up all in the corner, I'll just set them on fire and then you can blame us.
Us? Okay.
Or,
The mages?
yeah.
Gee, it's a
She
good
sort-
thing I have my cowl on for a disguise. Whew.
She pulls open one side of her robe and you see stitched into the lining that same rune that you saw in the sewers. That looks like the rune that you used to cast alarm.
Okay. Well, how about we search these guards? Get.
You, Cervantes, just find money. Let's say you find, with Davril's help, you find collectively 250 gold and the... Oh, fuck me, I didn't close it. Whatever. The captain lady's got a +1 longsword on her.
Oh.
This one's not cursed. Maybe.
This one's. Metal will pick up the longsword and go. Look to, I guess. Davril, do you need a longsword? Can you use a longsword?
In a way, I could, but I don't think I have the strength.
Okay.
I'm pretty weak.
Does it not work the same way where if you make it a packed weapon, it just uses your stat?
It'll still, yeah. I think it still uses like. So for me to wield a scimitar, it still uses like my dexterity.
Okay.
So
You guys-
yeah.
You guys are thinking of the hex blade. The hex
Yeah.
blade is the only warlock that can use its charisma as a sword thing.
Yeah.
Everyone gets 41 gold and 7 silver, by the way.
Yeah.
41 gold and 7 silver.
Did you want to talk to Subri, Ian, while she's slitting this guy's throat?
No.
You're just observing her technique. She's very good at it. She's slit a lot of throats.
Lovely.
Lovely.
As she wipes the dagger off on the psionic monk's robes and steps backwards out of the pool of blood. Says, well, thank you so much for coming to my rescue.
Are we gonna have to rescue you again?
No, but you did manage to become bait in a trap I set, so if you hadn't shown up, I was just going to cast fireball in the middle of all of them.
See, she had it.
Did she though?
Probably not.
No.
So how did you end up getting caught by these folks?
She looks at you all. You've run into some of my colleagues, I believe, in the sewers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's say that an interested group of arcane magic users are part of an underground resistance literally underground. But this is a mage slayer battalion from the Cowled Wizards. I think you probably found one of their little pins in one of their pockets. Maybe in all of their pockets, I don't know.
By the way, while she's talking, Metal's going to try to just pile the bodies all into a group.
Yeah. Yeah, easy enough. It's kind of gross, but you can't smell or really feel all of the blood and gross bits, so.
When she says that, I just kind of turn to her with a frustrated look in my face and go, Why do you do this when you know that you don't stand any fucking chance against these tyrannical organizations? They have
Well,
the
I'd
money, they have the political power, they have the physical power. You're gonna get
rather
yourself killed
die-
and us.
I'd rather die not being a coward and not pursued based on my interests, my abilities.
Cowards a myopic view. Some run in the short term to live in the long term. You ran yourself, you ran them right into a trap. Some traps take years to spring.
Why do they decide whose magic is legal and whose magic is not?
Do you
Power.
want the political answer or the real answer?
The real answer, please.
Oh,
No sass from everybody. Damn.
God damn.
yeah. She grinds her teeth a little bit. She says, well, the factions that are actually in charge of this city are not, in fact, the Council of Five. Power is divided in a very uneven pie chart between the Cowled Wizards and the Shadow Thieves and the fucking Order of the Radiant Heart, and none of those people give two rats' asses about us. And she looks at Ian and says, and if you think that this effort is a pipe dream that we dreamt up last night, boy, then I think perhaps you're the one that's myopic.
I don't know what myopic means, but I'm gonna pretend like I do. No.
Literally, it means short-sighted. Like with your eyeballs.
I hate them just as much as you do.
So, we do what we can. We take them out guerrilla style when we can, usually by leading them down blind alleys and blowing them the fuck up.
So it seems like the Radiant Heart doesn't want to enforce these rules, of what we've seen when we worked with them.
No, but they also don't, they won't move their ass unless their holy deity tells them to.
Good point.
They've been in this city watching magic users, guilty or not, be slaughtered for the last 200 years.
Last time we met with Dame L'Oreal, I made my frustrations with them very clear, and they didn't appreciate it.
I can't imagine why they would feel like somebody who just rolled up into their house in the middle of their business and told them they were doing it wrong.
Well, they are. Pompous
Well-
assholes just worry about their own asses, and they'll do what helps the city so long as it doesn't jeopardize themselves.
That has been my experience with those holy sycophants also.
If you continue down this line of thinking, all you'll end up doing is losing your own troops
while bolstering enemy troops to hunt you with more fervor. And also, really, you're not taking out any political figures.
We should.
Not yet.
Do you have a hiding place very quickly that we could scurry to? Because I feel like standing here in the crime scene is not a wise decision.
Yeah, I agree with my friend. Why don't you,
Oh,
if you could burn the bodies, we'll go someplace to hash this on.
hmm.
I'd like to further
Alright.
discuss with you and your peers, though,
Okay.
about what exactly it is that you're up to.
Yeah, she goes over here and she just kicks the box out of the way. And there's a sewer grate. One moment. And she just turns around, spins her hand, and a red bead comes off of her hand, and just and incinerates them. She says, "Someone will have heard that if they didn't hear the thunder wave that your metal friend cast already."
Oh yeah, everyone within 300 feet would have heard that.
Yeah.
Let's
Oh,
go.
that's true.
Yeah.
Metal, is there, before we go, is there any quick look around, notice anyone?
Do I notice anyone trying to follow us, or clock where we're going, or trying to stop us?
Roll me perception.
Oh god, that's terrible. 12.
You don't see shit.
I don't see shit.
Nope. She leads you down into the sewers. She sort of takes you a roundabout way, and it takes probably 10 or 15 minutes to get to the meeting place. As you're walking and talking, do you all actually introduce yourselves? No.
Yeah. Yo, fuck it, why not? We are called Metal.
Appropriate. I'm Subri. And I guess the rest of you think that staying silent is somehow going to protect you?
This is Ethan, this is Davril, and that's Cervantes.
Oh.
I was
Look.
going to say, let's wait and see how things go after the talk, but okay, yeah.
In my experience since moving here from Cormier, looking out for yourself is the way to stay alive and make the best of it.
How's that worked out for you so far?
The lone wolves are usually the first to die.
I do well enough for myself. I'm still alive, aren't I? And I have a fair bit of coin.
It's harder to rat on people when you don't know their names, and considering the business we're all in, I think it's better the less we know about each other.
People I know have made their voices loud and defied people in power. They're dead now. So it's better to stay quiet and just mind your business and make your coin.
What a hollow little life that must be. Come on.
Well, living in the sewers isn't much more hollow, is it?
Oh, you think I live down here? This is...
Don't tell me you're an aristocrat up in the gem district.
God damn it, I said fucking stop it. Don't go. What incarnation is wrong with y'all?
Make me an insight check.
Oh god, I'm not very good at that. Oh, actually I am good at that.
Yeah. You look at her, and you look at the jewelry she's wearing. She is wearing gold chains and very fine silk robes, and the embroidery on her robes is all in gold. She has a lot of money. She
Wow.
carries herself with a rather upper class bearing.
Well, you don't look so upper class when you're running through the city covered in blood.
Looks
But-
to be deceiving.
Joaquin has blessed you, quite obviously.
God damn it, I'm going on ahead.
Yeah, you see same chalk mark with the alarm rune as you saw before. And you see a lot of familiar faces in here. I couldn't remember what I called the imp the first time. His name's Oscar now. I don't know. But there's a little imp, and she invites you to come in. And says, regardless of whether or not you find our goals objectionable or futile, you're welcome to rest here while we talk about this. I'll introduce you to someone who may have more of the answers that you seek.
Look,
Yeah.
you're a good person. I just hate to see good people die. That's all.
That is categorically untrue. I am not a very good person, but I have lofty goals, so sometimes it takes people willing to do not good things to accomplish their goals.
I'm familiar with that.
She, as you all come in, it is a very cramped space. They've made it as comfortable as they can for a sewer. There are some threadbare couches, and people have drugged down sort of reed mats to act as flooring. There's some very basic furniture to make this into a comfortable, if damp, sort of clubhouse. There's the imp that you met before. She motions to the woman who gave Ian the spell book the first time they were down here and says, "This is Tiffany. She's another one of our people who know. And this is a bet." And she points to this guy who's in the middle. He'll have more answers. I'm going to sit down and have a cup of tea and hope that my shoulder stops bleeding. Please feel free to rest. If we're not too myopic for you.
How bad does she look?
Health-wise, she's got 11 hit points out of 40. And only has that many because Metal did a healing word on her.
As she says that, without much warning, I'll just pat her on the shoulder and with a golden light and heal her for 5 with lay on hands.
Oh.
And then I'll use 5 on myself.
You must worship Joaquin. Magic always tastes like metal in your mouth.
You'd be right.
Ibet is a man. He's not very big, maybe 5'6" or 5'7", thin, dark-skinned, and one of those men that could be of any age between 30 and 60. Hard to tell. And he's wearing blue robes, and his are nowhere near as fine as Subri's. And he'll ask you, "What can I do for you? I take it if Subri brought you here, you are friendly, at least."
Well, we did help her dispatch a few guards.
Told you that was a dangerous idea, Subri. She shrugs and drinks her tea. Metal, you get the impression that she very rarely does what she's told.
Okay. So, Mr. Ibet,
Mm.
you lead a group of rebel mages against a system that seems to be intent on subjugating your life. What the fuck's up with that?
Which part? The part where I'm trying to resist this?
Yeah. What's your so far? We've met, I guess, this group before, but we've seen your tactics, I guess, recently, and that doesn't seem to be working out very well.
Well, some of us are a little bit impetuous in our decision making. I play a slightly longer game and have slightly more wide-reaching intentions, but there is something to be said for thinning out the ranks of trained troops before striking.
And what is that long game you're planning out? I mean, how long are you talking? When you just first starting, how much longer do y'all got?
Well, it depends on how a few dominoes fall. I've been planning with a number of other of my equals for many years. Many years. And we're waiting. We've heard rumors of some moves being made in Shadow Thieves, the Cowled Wizards. There's a scrambling for power happening at the top, and you know what happens in a power vacuum.
Yeah, usually not good things.
No, but chaos generally allows for underdogs to have a fighting chance.
Does anybody else have any smarter questions? Because I'm not thinking of any.
I'll say, I mean, whatever your plans involve, I guess, who all are you planning to get involved? Just these people, who's manipulating and running the politics? How far does this branch out? Who all does it affect?
In a perfect world, I would set the Golden District on fire and lock the gates and let every single one of those rich, murderous, masochistic assholes burn to death in their own beds.
Okay. Doesn't bother me.
I have no quarrel with the regular people of this city who've suffered for quite long enough, I think, under the powers that be.
Feel there's a butt coming on, though. Oh.
But war makes for strange bedfellows, so if there were other pro-offered help, I would certainly consider it.
We're safe down here, right?
Well, safety is relative, but are you asking if anyone could find us down here? Almost certainly not.
And how are you so sure?
Well, he points to the rune and says, we've alarms set up on all of the entrances and egresses, and Well, if someone does find us down here, I can teleport, as can some of my friends.
If I'm being completely honest, my concern here is that is survival. And I fear that associating with you puts that at risk, but I'm also very much sided with your cause. I'd like to know what exactly you know about the current goings on with the Cowled Wizards and the Five Houses.
Make a persuasion check.
Not very good.
Mm. Let's see how he. Well, he rolled worse. I don't know a lot of specifics, but we have some people who are in positions of privilege, and he sort of turns his shoulder towards Subri. The Cowled Wizards and the Shadow Thieves both have people on the Council of Five. As I'm sure that you know, House Salimchant is backed by the Cowled Wizards, funds them.
Quite familiar.
Dana here is associated with the Shadow Thieves, which is not common knowledge. So if that scuttlebutt gets around, I do believe I will have some people to look for first. But they are at a stalemate, have been for quite a long time. In terms of power structure, the Cowl Wizards at the top, but the Shadow Thieves gain ground and lose ground, and they're all constantly looking for a way to get ahead, if you will, in the same way that the Cowled Wizards are looking for a way to completely eradicate their rivals. Neither of these entities particularly think that the Order of the Radiant Heart matters even a little bit, but I believe that Dame L'Oreal might have something up her sleeve as well.
The question is, why do they follow the laws of men? They follow the laws of God.
I've asked her that.
You've personally asked Dame L'Oreal this.
I've been in this city for a very long time.
How long is long?
How old are you?
35?
Well, for twice as many years as you've seen.
Do I have an understanding of what kind of caster this is? Just from a glance? Like, does he have a spellbook on his waist, or does he...
Make me. You can make perception or arcana, and that goes for anybody who's interested in what kind of person you're questioning in his own home.
Nat 1, I found some weird lichen on the wall. I'm like, hey, this is cool. I'm gonna put it in my shoulder.
You find, and it has a actually very, very cool lichen. It's a little bit, it glows a little bit in the dark. Yeah. You see that he has under one of his arms a spellbook. A very thick spellbook.
Gee, yuck.
As I noticed...
She real thick.
As I notice the spell book, I'll then look to Ibet and ask, I'm not a wizard type, and I wasn't born with powers. They were granted to me quite recently. And I don't really, up until this point, and I look at Ian, I haven't really associated with or known spellcasters. But these houses have ruined the lives of people I cared about who, for other reasons aside from spellcasting. We have a common enemy. Who exactly are you? How did you end up to be in where you are now?
Well, that's not exactly a first date question, is it? I know firsthand what devastation the machinations of power can cause. I too have lost everything. Material, monetary, loved ones, at the hands of the people in charge and their shadowy counterparts. I When you fall out of favor in the city of Coin, you fall very far and very hard. And the world looks much different from this angle.
You were among the upper echelons before?
You could say that.
During or after becoming a wizard practitioner?
He doesn't answer.
Were you one
Don't
of the
know.
cowled wizards?
Do you ask him that outright?
Yeah.
Um, well, I had aspirations of being a cowled wizard. But, and this may come as a shock to you, servant of Joaquin, but not all that glitters is gold.
I feel like at this point, I'm beginning to learn that lesson.
I don't envy you that. It's a rough one to learn. At this point, you all can gain the benefits of a short rest.
Oh, thank God.
Also, Davril, I didn't notice that you had rolled Arcana, and I will say that you, that roll, you recognize that he is an Archmage, so he is a very high-level spellcaster.
Yeah, I'm not.
Uh,
Okay. Yeah. That was not too specialized in magic, but he knows he's got someone not to fuck with.
yeah, he knows. He knows what fuck around and find out looks like. Well, despite what Subri may have implied, knowing her, we are not actually on a recruitment effort. In this instance, I'll thank you for assisting our wayward mage. But I'm not in the business of recruiting people to what might be their certain death. If you offer your assistance, we'll welcome it, but otherwise, believe that you have someone who can find us, despite his apparent disdain for the rest of us.
Look at Ian.
Mm-hmm.
I carry no disdain. I just don't like being called a coward.
He looks at Supri. Making friends everywhere you go. He looks at you, Ian.
I would look at the rest of the party and say, and like, tell them you seemed quite interested in the well-being of the mage, and I look at Supri, who was in danger. Do you sympathize with their goals?
Who's this to?
All of you. They're not asking us to join them, but they're welcoming our help, and frankly, we have a
We
lot to
believe
offer.
Subjugation of any kind must be halted.
Yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily say I'm super, you know, emotionally bonded to their cause, but I do not really like it when the oppressed power is acting. You know, saw someone who needed a hand, and I feel it was the right thing to do. Just kind of what I do.
I believe pain begets pain, and I came here to break a cycle, not repeat it.
Perhaps we should give Abed our contact information.
Wait, like,
You have an address?
Yeah, do we have wait?
I mean, we
Yeah,
kind of
business
do. It'd be
cards?
like,
Do you have a carrier pigeon?
I probably have a place that I live. I have a house here, or I imagine.
I have the spell Animal Messenger. I could literally just tie a note to a rat and send it to him.
All right, let's.
Oh. All right.
Cervantes. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna kind of play. I don't know, Cervantes. Don't really. No offense, but in the last couple of days, I don't know. Surprises is coming from you. I mean, I guess. I mean, what's your overall thought on this?
We thought all you cared about was currency.
Yeah.
The currency was the only thing I had any hope of relying on. I mean, I came here a poor man from Cormier, raised by farmers, thinking that money would make my problems go away. Only to find out that the money is given to those who serve the interests of the people in charge.
Yeah, but also I remember one of the first times we heard a bard. We don't remember his name, but we do remember one of his stories. Mo money, mo problems.
Yes, that is a ancient Faerunian proverb.
It's a good song.
But my wife was killed at the hands of Salemchant. And since that fateful day, the only joy in life has been money. I hate Salemchant and the cowled wizards who did the dirty work for them in the dispatching of Genevieve. But I accepted that there's nothing I could do about that. They're too powerful. So I resorted to the one thing I know as comfort, making money. But if there's a chance to ruin the people who killed Genevieve, well, I'm interested.
Are you a vengeance paladin?
Well, Montes, I tip my hat to you. It appears I've misjudged you. Not all bad.
From what I could tell previously, I see wizards running down the streets getting killed when they try to rise up. Subri was almost one of their victims.
Not true.
Perception is you guys don't stand a chance. So I'm here asking essentially, do you have a chance? And if so, I want in.
Subri starts to talk, and Abet shushes her with just a single hand raised. Our chances, as they stand, are perhaps better than they've ever been. I'm not a betting man, which is why I've been working on this for decades, waiting for the correct moment. But I would say we have long odds. But it's not zero.
Well, I don't know if I'm personally considering myself a member of your group quite yet, but I believe in 3 days' time I have an opportunity to further my understanding of where I plan on moving my chess pieces.
Madame Flower's party.
Well, you must be in the know.
Points at Subri. I don't get invited anywhere, but she gets the best invitations.
Well, I was in the market for some concealable poison, but I don't know if you happen to have any on you.
No, but I believe you've probably been to the Stars and Whiskers. She doesn't advertise it, but she is an excellent poisoner. If that's what you're looking for.
Well, I know what to ask for. Consider us associates at this point, I believe, if there are no objections from my party members.
Acquaintances.
Acquaintance is a good word for it. I would say we should probably try to keep in touch.
We're not difficult to find, if you know what you're looking for.
But so I kind of want to ask Ian questions or just fucking insight him. I don't know what I'm looking for, but
I think the same thing. Cool.
yeah, it's just Ian. You said you wanted to break a cycle. What cycle are you talking about? What are your interests? Where are you going? Where's your...
Who are you?
Who are you? Who are you?
Is that in character? That question?
Not really, but I guess to word it like Metal would, you just look you up and down and go, you wanted to break a cycle. What cycle are you talking about?
Perhaps a conversation for a different place.
Well then, if you need more questions
to think about answers on. How many times have you relived this cycle?
Enough.
More than enough?
That's a question left to be answered.
Okay.
I'm gonna whisper to Metal, he's so mysterious.
Yeah, he is. He's really fucking mysterious.
Well, if it's any credit to you, I bet the work we did in the alley with Subri speaks for itself, so contact us if you need anything.
Well, that remains to be seen. I generally object to drawing other people into my business, Subri. But if you are here, that means that your work must have been satisfactory. Do you need an exit?
I believe we know our way out. Do we? Don't we?
Well, we should not go the way we just came. We should go out a different. We don't want to just pop up at the scene of the crime coming out of the sewer.
Also, just another quick question, and I mean quick. Hand Dog, when we take money from him, does that end up with the thieves? I don't remember the actual name of the Shadow Thieves.
Hat dog. Axebro?
Correct.
He's used to be quite good. He used to be quite good at his job. But well, you've known him recently. And his problems with the drink. I'm not sure that Hand Dog knows who's pulling his strings. But
Who the fuck's pulling our strings?
I believe that Hand Dog may be working counterintuitively to his own interests.
I would agree. But also, I don't give much of a shit about him.
That's generally a safe bet with any of the Shadow Thieves.
Well, that confirms it for me. Thank you.
Are you thinking of taking his bounty?
Not necessarily, only just now asking questions that I was afraid to ask before.
I'll give you a piece of advice. Free. If you take Hand Dog's bounty, just be aware that he is rarely as alone as he seems.
Noted. Why, thank you.
What is that supposed to mean?
Means he has coverage in proximity.
Yeah.
Shadow thieves tend to have assassins on hand who are really good at stealth.
And also it's thieves, so plural. They usually run in packs. That's what I've found.
I was happy to take the money from him, but I never really wanted to ask myself where the money or where the proceeds of my work ended up.
Wait.
But it goes right back to the people who make my problems.
Yeah, we just gave
Were
him...
you all in the Grave District yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Do you know why the supposedly dead vampire was alive?
Oh. Oh. Did you get...
Was the vampire allied with you?
With absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That is a cute dog.
But I'm guessing you know something about the skull. The head of
Mm,
Bodhi.
mm.
You want to lay that on us now?
Well, so you know that she and her band came here with a ball spawn,
Yep.
but I don't think that you know what that actually means, or you would not have given her skull to anyone.
You know,
Please elaborate.
It sounds like we fucked up.
Oh, I swear to God, if we fucked up.
So, what do you know about Ball?
I'm not a religious man, but I know it's some evil deity.
He's one of the dead gods. Cervantes, you know that he is one of 3 dead gods, and specifically, the Ball spawn are mortal, quote unquote, children of Baal, and they are a means by which he intended to become a not dead god. The idea of collecting his power from his spawn in order to resurrect himself from being a dead god. So,
And if memory serves correct, Baal is the god of murder, undeath, or fucking I don't remember the third one. Merkel.
let me look because I
I think
can't
Merkel
remember
is undeath.
either.
Out of character. I certainly wouldn't know this.
Yeah, Baal is the Lord of Murder.
Yeah.
Now, being completely honest here a bit, we were offered a pretty coin and we don't know much about the issues pertaining to these gods and their spawns. I honestly don't know what a spawn means. Dame L'Oreal mentioned it. Couldn't have a clue.
And you didn't ask her to elaborate?
No, because when there's gold involved, don't ask questions. However, I see that that probably bothers you, and I apologize. But if it's worth any consolation, which it probably doesn't, I did suggest that that it would probably cause problems if we gave the head to somebody because
Oh, you
they probably want the head for ill-gotten reasons. But I was totally prepared to deal with whatever they did because the Order of the Radiant Heart would hire us to deal with it and we'd make even more money. So either way, we would deal with the problem.
I don't know that you are prepared to deal with this problem.
Cervantes, you're no longer the party face.
yeah.
Well, your party face character has also drank an entire bottle of wine, so
Like, why? Where was there any consolation at all in that statement?
well, the consolation is, yeah, giving the head to them would cause a problem, but we were completely prepared to deal with it.
I don't believe.
I'm sorry.
But also, we were ignorant to what exactly they were planning to do with the head.
We should have known.
You saw Bodhi's body, correct?
Yes.
Maybe. Yes, we did.
Yes.
Did she look like a regular vampire?
To me, she did.
To beat, how many vampires are you running into? I've never encountered a vampire. All I know is the stories of the Fang.
Did she have, I don't know, clothed in shadow, shot necrotic energy from her hands?
Yeah, she did.
Was alive when perhaps she should not have been?
Yeah,
Ooh, yeah.
definitely alive.
Did she have a brand?
Yep.
Dark magic. This is all just common ooga booga dark shit. Yeah, I've dealt with it in my past line of work. I kill shit that's dark and evil. Big whoop. Undead, vampire, shadowy, who fucking cares?
Stop. Bodhi, this means that she was successful in absorbing the. She consumed the ball's spawn and thus has a measure of ball's power.
Oh God.
And
And
now
Metal-
you've given a vessel for this power directly into the hands of someone who not only will abuse it, but has the means and method and motivation to abuse the power of a dead god.
Hey, Metal,
Mm-hmm.
you got that locate object ready to go?
No, I need another day.
God.
Well, this may be of consolation. We know who has it.
Yes.
The party, you all know
Boy
what
named
he,
Cole.
or you know Cole, but I know him as Cole Salem Chant.
Abet just puts his face in his hands.
Who we may see at the party in 3 days' time. Now, we don't know what their timeline is of what they plan to do with the skull, but I know what district they live in. I know where they'll be in 3 days. And to some extent, I know who they are. The only issue is they have the cowled wizards underneath their influence, who are much stronger than we are.
I believe it's the other way around.
Mm. Your Warforged friend is correct.
I really wish I had a liver right now. I'd be completely destroying it.
Same.
Oh.
We
Don't know why.
fucked up. Big
But-
time.
Alternatively, what do you suspect would have happened if we had given it to Dame L'Oreal instead?
You just walked into the Order of the Radiant Heart carrying the head of a vampire they were supposed to have murdered 160 years ago. And we're like, here, tiny elf lady, I've brought you this decapitated head.
Yeah, what do you think would have
Um,
happened?
She probably would have smote it and had one of her clerics consecrate the skull so that it couldn't be used for its intended purpose.
Oh god, that was the right choice. That was the right way, the right thing to do. Fuck.
And maybe not so gracefully, I turn to the party. See, we should have had the fucking bid.
You suggested don't even try.
That is, I said we should have had Dame L'Oreal in one seat and fuckface in the other, and we should have had the bid.
No, that was not.
I'm a bonk Cervantes.
I wanted to.
I accept this is not the most graceful interaction with the party.
I
Oh, okay.
you just bonk him?
Ah!
Trying to. It's oh,
You know. Anyway, well, the past is the past.
It was yesterday.
We gave the skull up.
Whether it be yesterday or 10 years ago, past is the past. Now, you know, I think that the most productive way of thinking is to think productively, and you seem to have the resources to deal with crap like this, right? Right?
At the very least, I have more brains than you do.
Somehow I don't.
I feel like we should just leave. I don't know.
let's go.
I feel like we have caused a lot more problems.
Ian, do you have locate object?
Yeah, I would have prepared it last night, yeah.
Oh, thank God. Ian, could you please locate object? I think we need to go burst into some rich asshole's house and get a skull back.
See, now we're thinking like capitalists. Deliver the goods, make the money, then take the goods back, and then sell it to Dame L'Oreal!
No, you stop talking.
Maybe we should go to the...
I untip my hat to you. God,
I feel,
Push it back up your forehead.
exactly.
I feel like we need reinforcements. We should go to the Radiant Heart and be like, we fucked up. We need help.
Yeah, we have the reinforcements right here.
Let's just go get fucking Greg. I mean, he'll listen to us. I don't know about the others.
I have known Dame L'Oreal for a long time. At least by mortal standards. You've heard the nicknames that she gives her men. She is not a person that takes failure with particular grace.
I mean, if the only thing that's going to happen is that my name turns from metal to fucking metal.
Honestly, that kind of sounds
Yeah,
pretty cool.
she generally avoids giving you ones that sound cool. So your name probably would not become fucking metal.
Oh.
You like stupid metal or something like that.
Yeah. Rusty metal.
Well, the thing is politically speaking, we don't want Dame L'Oreal. So Dame L'Oreal at the moment thinks that we are allied with exclusively with the Radiant Heart, exclusively. She doesn't know that we have dealings with the underground that are, kind of counterintuitive to what they're trying to do. That we're playing both sides.
In
Are you
hindsight,
sure?
I'm not sure if that's what she thinks, but we haven't made it explicit that we're working with Hand Dog. She may only
In
suspect,
hindsight,
but
with
she
the
can't
party
act on
that we're-
suspicion.
in hindsight, with the people that we've been working with so far, we should have assumed that we're doing shady, not great shit. I bet. What do you suggest we do?
Hold on. This fucker's gonna make a wisdom saving throw. Okay. um. Well, find where the skull is first. I am loath to send people who have no idea what they've stepped into the lion's den. But it seems if you have... Why are you all in this city?
I live here.
Yes, you look like you live here.
Thank you.
You three, you're here for a different reason.
Initially, we wanted to burn the city to the ground and return the land to Sylvanas, but due to prior engagements before coming to the city, we've had a change of heart and just wish to
Not commit wholesale slaughter?
not commit wholesale slaughter and maybe help the city find its roots back to nature a little bit.
Admirable. You two were promised something, weren't you?
I may have got a tip about something that I need to handle personally.
You know, just because you're silent doesn't mean that you're invisible.
Just because you asked a question doesn't mean you're entitled to an answer. But I'm fixing something that's broken, thank you.
My best suggestion find the skull. And if the skull is with who I believe it may be, then you probably would like to seek reinforcements. I will not ask you to go to this party because I do not want your deaths or destructions on my conscience any more than I already have weighing on it. But it would be a very good place to gather intel about what's happening at the government level in this city. Might give you some insight it is in to whose plans you've become cogs.
A name?
Answer me this, if this question isn't too offensive. Did the promises, he doesn't know they were letters, did the promises you received, did they know things about you that they should not have known?
I mean,
Add a character, I'm assuming yes, right?
Mm-hmm.
the letter I found did mention just a lot of the logging industry.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it did, was a little bit off, but I couldn't really pass an opportunity.
That's how they get you. If I had to, I could not tell you which house is manipulating you, but I will tell you that I suspect it's one of the five.
Is it Dana here? It's probably Dana here.
We all have strings.
Don't we just? Now, if you don't have any other questions for me, I think that I am going to go drink myself into a stupor.
Okay, everyone here is an alcoholic. Why is everyone here an alcoholic?
Oh, I've been sober for 15 years, but then some people walked into my sewer and told me that they gave a head that had the power of ball stuck in it to one of the 5 most powerful families in the fucking city.
We get it, we fucked up. Alright, we're gonna go make it right. Peace.
Okay, bye.
Before you go, he's gonna cast a spell. Oh, nobody has counterspell. Haha.
My mind went to Mage Slayer.
Oh, no, I don't think anybody took that either. He's going to cast Time Stop. And
That's
it
the-
doesn't seem like anything. Yeah, that's a 9th level spell.
What the heck?
And to almost everyone, time stops. But not for Ian. Oh, you thought you were the only one that could manipulate time.
I know I'm not the strongest, but I trust my intuition.
You should. I have one piece of advice for you. And you can share it with them if you want. Trying to divert the flow of time often results in something worse.
I could say the same about wanting to lock a district and burn it to the ground.
Mm.
But I trust we'll both have our way.
I wish you success. I'm prepared to live with the weight of that sin. Hope you're prepared to live with the weight of yours. And then he drops a spell.
God, I should have played Legion.
Exit's over there. It'll take you up in the middle of the central district, away from where you came in.
Thank you. Have a good day. Let's go fix our fuck up.
Indeed.
So we'll go. Bloop. We'll go back to the map layer. So you all come out about here.
So, I feel like the skull thing is the highest priority right now.
Yep. If possible. I mean, I think we're a little bit low staff here, but I mean, when we do find where this is at, I mean, reinforcement wise, I mean, we could go to Dame L'Oreal. Is that what we're planning on doing, or do we want to maybe get some assistance from Greg, I guess?
DM, how familiar am I with the location of where the houses reside?
Oh, you would know very well where they are. This bit up here.
Which bit?
Up here.
Oh.
Top left.
Oh,
Yeah.
fancy buildings.
Yes, up there. So, all of this area in here is just like regular fancy people. But you go through the gates here, and then there is a stretch of these large houses all up here that are walled off from the rest of the city.
Look, if we're gonna do this, the concentration of the city guard is located where these houses are. Now, if I don't know if Cole delivered it to somebody else, i.e. the Cowled Wizards. I have no idea where the Cowled Wizards would reside. They don't have like a public HQ, do they?
No,
Yeah.
they are very clandestine, as
The-
you can be with a monolithic structure. But
The most I'm capable of disclosing is where Cole lives and his associates. But the Cowled, if he were to hand it over to the Cowled Wizards, I don't have a location to take you. So we'd have to, if it was handed to the Cowled Wizards, we'd have to break into Cole's abode anyway to find out if there's any evidence there to learn the location of the Cowled Wizards. So either way, we have to get into that district. Now, that's where the majority of the city guard is. It's unlikely that we alone can get in there, but also getting Greg involved, we could influence him to do what we need him to do under the radar, but if he gets his associates involved, then we're in a mess. Because that gets involved with the political affairs of the city.
I mean, you said in order to get in there, I mean, I'm guessing, been in my fair share of thinking into rich people area. We gotta have maybe some qualifications or some paperwork to get in, I'm guessing? Or is there much more to it, Gervonta?
I would assume you have to have an invitation from one of the houses personally, in writing, an appointment made, or you have to be one of their close associates, on official business, or you have to be a landowner there.
or with someone from one of the houses.
Or accompanying a house member.
Do you know where Madame Flowers lives?
Specifically her address, no, but I would suspect that she's in that district. Past the guards.
we just had a thought, and yes, it did hurt. uh, uh, what if we do? What if we tried to steal the head back or the skull back at the party? What if it's at the party?
That's assuming the party's it's gonna be at. Yeah, and that means we also gotta wait a couple more days while they're planning stuff.
Parties in 3 days, Metal.
Parties in 3 days. I guess we should focus on at least finding the location of the head.
Is Cervantes? Would you know of anyone who has been invited? I need to, if possible, just see someone's handwriting, a rich person's handwriting, if possible. I do have experience with forgery. Could come up with making a letter to get us in, but I would probably need, I'm guessing, to maybe get a little bit perspective and see something.
Cervantes, you have exactly one scrap of paper left unburnt from Genevieve's accident. And it is a offer to buy her business. It's signed from their house. You don't know whose handwriting it is, but it is an official offer.
Let's have lunch at my estate, and we'll discuss this inquiry of yours.
Where's your estate?
Yeah, where is your estate?
And isn't it an estate or an apartment?
Are you rich?
Wait, is it an apartment or a flat?
It's
There's a
It's a
difference.
studio.
Okay, never mind. Here,
2-bedroom apartment. By the way, one of those bedrooms, not a bedroom, it's a bathroom.
It's actually just a closet, but not even a walk-in closet.
given my career and the number of years I've been working, it'd probably be like a small house on the lower class side of town.
Yeah. So I would say probably you would have a house down here someplace in the central district, but sort of closer to the less, because here is where the promenade is, and there's actually an observatory in the middle here. But over here is where it starts to get sketch again on the other side. So
Yeah, unfortunately,
So what is your...
as we arrive, it's a small piece of land with not the greenest yard. And it's an older home. It's been lived in before prior, and it looks satisfactorily furnished. Maybe not all with new furniture, but it's furnished. And it's not like he picked it up off the side of the road. It's, it's like Facebook Marketplace.
some IKEA furniture.
It's a bit of a bachelor pad, and maybe a little messy. The laundry's not necessarily done, and there's like plates laying around that should have probably been at least taken to the sink.
Oh boy.
wow.
And maybe
Damn, bitch, you live like this?
after his telling of the story of the death of his wife, you probably realize that, he has a facade in the streets, but then when he goes home, he's depressed as shit.
Oh.
Wow.
And he says, "Don't mind the mess. Hold on. Pardon me. Just give me a second. I need to go through my files." And he walks over to one of the rooms and pulls out a sheet of paper from one of the desks and slaps it down on the dining table with the signature of somebody important
With-
who wanted to buy the business?
with-
Oh, from the
Oh.
Salem chance. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
But which Salem chant? All right,
That's all
DM, go.
crafting your yard.
Sure. I didn't think I needed to name these people yet. It's Thays. Thays the Fourth.
Hmm.
Thays Salim Chant the Fourth. He's the younger brother of the Salim Chant that's the head of the Council of Five. His name is Richard. Because he's a dick.
Nice. I slap his signature down on the table. Can you use this?
Yeah, I can use it.
Would it kill you to water your lawn? Sorry to derail this, but it would like at least
I don't know.
Fuck you, man. You're a guest in my house. Be nice.
Yeah, Meryl, this is. Come on.
You suddenly have the nicest lawn on the whole block. It's very conspicuous. It's very conspicuous. It looks much less depressing here now, though.
Huh.
Yeah,
take care
there are
of your
even some
plants.
flowers.
If you take care of the plants, they'll take care of you.
Sorry, but I don't think my lawn will pay my bills.
Could I say I drew a craft like the tiny version of the man-eating plant from Crash Bandicoot?
1,000%. Yes. And I will also say that there had been an empty trellis up the side of the house from the people who lived here before. And if you spend, I don't know, if you druid craft for a while, a whole wall of violets climb up the side of the house.
There, looks nice. Anyway, sorry to derail that. Davril, you have the floor.
Yeah, what do I need, I guess, to roll to like come up with a letter, kind of giving us access to pretty much kind of the rich people area? That'd be deception?
Yeah, you're proficient in deception?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So you think about all of the rich people you've known in your life, and you're like, these fuckers don't really follow the rules. And so you end up doing something that sort of just looks like when a doctor writes a prescription. You're like, rich people don't care. Rich people don't care. This guy has to sign 1 million of these fucking hall passes. So you just write access in handwriting that matches, and then you sign it with the signature. The signature seems to match.
All right, I think this should do it, boys. Let's get us our golden ticket in.
Well, let's hope they're not, dependent on looks.
Maybe we should go. I don't know. Maybe that's a good point, Metal. Maybe we should go. I don't know, at least buy decent clothes, I guess.
Please don't make us wear clothes.
I'm sorry.
I mean, you could just make yourself a tiny thing, and then you could ride in someone's pocket, and you don't have to wear clothes.
Good point. That's a good point. Let me see what I can turn myself into.
Do you all want to go to the Stars and Whiskers? Going shopping?
Actually, we do have a lot of gold. A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I can turn into a badger.
You actually just think, man, we should fucking go shopping. And you just look sideways out the yard, out of Cervantes' yard, and where you could swear there was a much nicer house than Cervantes' is now a shop. Looks the same as the last time. None of anything in here. Let me read the text of this spell. Excuse me. Thank you. Jesus Christ, she's got so many spells. Essentially, you walk in. It looks like a regular shop. Nothing in here is actually magical, except the cat on the counter. Still all white. Somehow, is she bigger than she was last time? You could swear that she probably weighed 10 pounds last time and is maybe a 15-pound cat now.
Chunky.
More like all over bigger. Like
Oh.
instead of a house cat, more closer to a bobcat. Yeah.
Bobcat.
And she stretches as the little wind chime goes off. Oh, look at that. I lost her voice. Hold on. Customers. How can I help, darling? It's still weird that the cat's talking to you.
Need some clothes. Decently looking good clothes.
That's it.
Well, I mean, if anyone else wants to buy other stuff, yeah.
Y'all came in my shop because you need clean drawers.
More like
metal
you
party
talk,
outfits.
Oh, I love a party. I love a party, darling. How long do we have to prepare?
I mean, I guess not party outfits, more like something that fancy people would not look at us twice for.
No. Well, hell, I
Jack,
suppose.
we do have a party though in 3 days.
So you want to look like highfalutin society people, and also you need party outfits? This is the best day I've had in a number of years. I'm very excited about this. So, regular fancy clothes first, since I assume that you do not need bespoke disguises. Off the rack is fine.
Don't know what off the rack means, but it'll be fine, I guess.
Pre-made, sugar. It means it's pre-made and not made especially for you.
Sure.
I'm already drawing what I want.
Oh, fantastic. She looks at you. Cowboy.
Fitted. Slightly redder than burgundy. Buttons on along the chest to the stomach. Ascot. Collar. Nothing but silk.
Sugar, important question. Double-breasted or single-breasted?
Absolutely double-breasted. The more breasts, the better.
That is also my thought on that subject. Also, my thought on that subject. Perfect. Mm, okay, I can do this for you. Is this your party outfit or your disguise outfit?
You know, is it a shame? I'll just make it my party outfit. Yeah.
All right. Because it would be an absolute shame for that to not fit correctly. Silk is very unforgiving. Um, all right. I think that I will consult with my man in the back room, long as he is not currently a sheep. And that should be ready tomorrow. 100 gold, let's say. And that will include your disguise outfit that you pick off the rack.
Because I trust you, Madam Cat, I'll give it to you up front.
Take that as high praise coming from a paladin of Joaquin. Right. Excellent. She pulls out for your disguise outfit, and she gives variations of this for all of you. A nice coat, either brushed wool or velvet, depending on whether or not she thinks that you would like something fuzzy. Cervantes and Ian both get velvet, and Davrils is brushed wool. It's, let's see. You could pick out the colors. It's fine. Fitted trousers, nice shoes. Shoes always give you away. If you walk into a place, you could be dressed like a queen, and if you've got nasty shoes under there, someone will always clock you. Every time.
Arcane magic users, would it be bad if we tried to pretend to be your familiar?
Well, wouldn't it be more like a pet because it's still illegal? I'm sure in upper class they would look the other way for well-established folk flexing in public, but not us.
Unless you dare to impersonate one of the houses.
You could, I mean, depending on what animal you pick, you could, disguise yourself as a cat, I guess.
Oh yeah, I could turn. We could
Rich people
definitely
carry
turn
cats around. Yeah.
It would still be a cat made of metal and bark, but it'd be a cat.
Well,
I
that might
was
be.
I was going to ask if you maintained your rather metallic visage in your animal. It's tricky, isn't it? I could never manage to cast off my natural form when I became an animal. Uh, I do have a lovely array of tiny sweaters.
You sure would look damn cute in those tiny sweaters, Metal.
I keep them for myself. I would be dipping into my own closet to share with you.
If you're willing, I guess I will take it. But we do not.
I know clothes are weird.
Clothes are weird.
I prefer to be naked myself also, but, regular people tend to frown on that.
I mean, look at us, and just motion just my naked body. I'm just literally just armor held together by tree, and the only the only semblance of clothing I have is the wolf pelt on my back. But
You might want to give that a flea bath, Sugar.
it's fine.
You'll never. That's fine. They can tell you.
We know we have bugs.
Okay.
There.
Just generally speaking,
Here's an ant colony. Here's termites. Over here is I think some sort of beetle of some sort.
I'm glad that Nothing in this shop belongs to the physical realm. Um, you can choose a blue sweater, a pink sweater, or a black sweater. The black sweater does have tiny bells sewn into the hem, though.
Oh Lord, we would like to be stealthy, so we will go with blue.
Lovely. When you pick it up, it's about this big. It's very finely knit, and the blue is the same color as the cat's eyes.
Okay. Okay.
What else can I do you for? Cowboy and Blue Boy, are you bespoking your party attire also?
Sure. I guess it's not too much trouble. Uh, I'll do, say a shark skin, fully black shark skin suit. If you could, maybe throw a little, and kind of he'll describe like thunderclouds a little bit for kind of like maybe a little bit of a pattern for it.
Oh.
Uh,
Mm.
and maybe this is a tried and true hat I never go without, but for an event like this, I can go a little fancy. A nice kind of dazzled cowboy hat would be nice. And
What color is your lamp?
uh, it's a mix of gold and light blue.
Oh, sugar, I have the best idea. Have you ever seen a gold hat band?
I have not. Curious.
Oh, she is so excited. She jumps off of the counter and goes in the back, and you hear a very heated conversation. Um, it's very country back there for about 5.5 minutes. And she comes back out with a hat band in her mouth, and it's a beaten circle of gold, and it's got a um, what color? It's got a gray diamond, blue gray diamond. Diamond, don't look too close. Stuck in the middle.
Okay. All right, that's pretty fancy. All right, how much would this all cost me?
Do you care if it's real shark skin or is imitation? I mean, I'll tell you that I will just conjure some sharks and skin them and sort of magical taxidermy. It's fine.
I
No,
wish
no real sharks will be harmed in the making of this suit.
I'm just like, don't say that like too out loud. Like,
Oh, it's funny. You think sound travels outside of this shop?
well, just for my friend here, who's an environmentalist.
Oh,
So I was also like maybe wondering if you can get like some gator cowboy boots, but like I don't want him to hear about that.
We've burned down several logging camps and skinning camps, so
sugar, it's fine. I only use conjured animals.
Is that really
It's the
better?
closest. I mean, they're not real.
supposedly they're from the Feywild, and the Feywild is literally the untamable wildness of nature, and is unlimitless.
I mean,
I could
I've
do
s-
artificial. I don't have to have the real thing.
A pleather is fine.
Yeah, but fine.
I'm just going to make them in the way that I normally do. It'll be fine. Gator skin, shark skin, clouds. Are you sure I could not interest you in some snake skin boots? Because gators only really come in that sort of, gator color. But there's a particularly beautiful black snake whose scales are iridescent in the correct light.
Yeah, we. That's pretty cool.
I thought so. Excellent. Hat band is 200 gold. That includes both outfits and the gold hat band.
Okay. Alrighty.
My tiefling friend.
Just basic gray suit should do. Nothing fancy. I'm not trying to be noticed, hopefully.
Right. Right. I'm still going to make it cashmere, though. Also, now, Sugar, I don't know if you want to hide or accentuate the situation you've got going on up here. I'm a fan of asymmetry, personally, but we could put a horn cap on that.
Um,
Silver, perhaps?
I appreciate the offer, but I think I'm okay for now. It's a reminder.
Mm. Do you want high collar on this suit?
Yeah, yes, probably.
Mm. No worries, Sugar. 100 gold.
Easy enough.
Can I interest you all in any of my magical items?
Oh,
This is not just a tailor shop and a haberdashery.
did you get more in stock?
I did, in fact.
Whoa.
Show us what you got.
I have a full accompaniment of potions, up to blue, and poisons, up to purple. I'm very good at poisoning. It's a speciality of mine. Um, and magical items. Well, Sugar, I have got a very good roll this time, y'all. Uh, there's a ring of mind shielding, a potion of fire giant strength, a cloak of many fashions, um, and a set of mithril chainmail.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
If I down that potion of fire giant strength and then turn into a creature, does that strength maintain through the creature or no?
I would say yes. Because you maintain all of the rest of your.
Well, it did
Yeah.
say I only maintain my mental stuff. All my physical stuff turns into that of the creature.
Right. I would say because it is a consumable item, I would allow you to use it even in your regular, even in your wild shape. Like if you had like a belt and it like transformed with the rest of it, it might.
I mean, I
No,
did
but
say that whenever I transform, my bag of holding does not transform. It just stays the same.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I will say I'll let you use a consumable potion and have it still go over into your wild shape.
Then we shall take the belt, or not the belt of, or
No, a potion.
potion of fire giant strength.
480 gold.
480.
I mean, I do love a mushroom, but I'm not in the habit of taking those as payment.
480 gold.
Any other takers? Health potions, other potions, poison.
Aster?
Mm.
I need to poison some rich assholes.
Mm.
What do you suggest? We're gonna be at a party. There's gonna be lots of drinks around.
So you are intending to. Ooh, you are intending this to be imbibed rather than applied in a more combat circumstances.
Yes.
And you would prefer not to stab them with it?
No. I'll be at a
How long-
party.
How long do you want How long do you want this to wait until it takes effect?
How long do I want it to? I'd like to see them. I'd like to see them suffer and foam at the mouth and die on the spot. But maybe it's best that they have time to run to the restroom and shit themselves to death in a toilet.
Wonderful. So I.
Do you have any like laxative style potions that make them shit themselves to death?
Bottled dysentery.
I would say I don't have. Well, I have two good options for you. One is a little expensive. It's called Midnight Tears. No matter when the potion the poison is ingested, it does not take effect until the stroke of midnight. A creature that ingests this poison suffers no effect until the stroke of midnight. If the poison has not been neutralized before then, the creature must succeed on a DC 17 Constitution saving throw or take 9d6 poison damage.
Make someone shit themselves to death.
So this is the expensive option. If you're looking for a budget option,
Well, how much is the expensive option?
it is 1,500 gold.
What's the budget option?
How much do you need?
I have 1,046 gold in my pocket.
All right, let's hear the budget option.
It's a lot more.
The budget option is the palest tincture, and it's a DC 16 Constitution saving throw, and they take 1d6 damage every hour for 24 hours until they succeed on their throw.
God, the problem with that is if a healer is able to intervene within those 24 hours.
I'll give you 500 gold.
But even then, that 96 might not be enough to kill the fucker. And this is one fucker. There's a lot of fuckers I want to kill. A whole house of them.
Have you heard of arson?
You're going about this all the entire way. Just burn the fucking place down.
That seems to be the best way to kill an entire house of people, though not nearly as clandestine as poison. But the palest tincture, which is slightly better than the base option, would be 350 gold.
Oh, so if you're saying if I get the drink and I pour like multiple potions in it, it's like imagine the palest tincture. I pour like 5 of them in there. Fuck. And neither of these potions affect the flavor of the drink.
Absolutely not. I'm a woman who knows her work. A feline that knows her work. Whatever.
I wouldn't know.
I can also offer you a loan, if you'd like.
I wouldn't know how necessarily tough Thaze is, right? I don't know. Does he look like a basic bitch?
Says that,
Does Thaze look like he could handle a fight on his own?
no.
Oh, maybe the Midnight Potion would work.
So, to clarify, Thaze is the younger brother of the head of House Chan. Dick is the older brother who was the head of the council.
Oh shit! Hold on, I need to adjust the notes.
Yeah. Richard, he looks a little sneak. Like, you would imagine that the head of the Council of Five has probably got some sort of protection on him. His little brother just looks like a noble.
Well,
You'd probably die.
I'm gonna get one of these fuckers. Well, how much gold do you have, Metal?
I have 1,062 left, I believe.
Oh, that's half your gold.
1,098. We literally do not have a concept of currency. This stuff is useless to us.
That must be nice.
I could just like shoot the fucker.
Again, not nearly as clandestine as poison, and but more direct.
What do y'all think? Should we just have poison on hand and just have it ready to be used if there's an opportunity?
Well, I mean, if you really are trying to poison a lot of people, if you can find whatever barrel of wine they are pouring from, if you can get to it in time, I could probably do it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, I'm not the stealthiest man alive.
I've noticed.
What does that mean?
Aster raises a paw. I have no dog in this fight, but I would suggest that if you poison an entire barrel of wine, don't know if you've ever been a waiter, you realize that it may not just be the rich assholes who drink this wine, right?
My understanding was we're going to like exclusively rich party.
Right, but that, exclusively rich people have, exclusively servants.
Fair point.
And
But also that decreases the concentration of the poison.
you would have to purchase. Oh boy. Barrel. If you wanted one person to have the effects of out of an entire barrel, you would have to purchase 25 or 30, I would think.
Just a jug, like
Yeah.
glug
Yes.
glug 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 into the barrel.
All right. So we only have enough for one dose.
If you of the midnight tears?
Of the Midnight Tears we could probably buy more of the other one, the pale tincture.
Yes, it's 300 gold.
We would just have to personally ensure that no help intervenes if we use the pale tincture. I imagine these assholes have doctors at the ready.
Or an antitoxin. I imagine that poisonings are rather commonplace.
I feel like the Midnight Tears would probably be the best choice.
Shall we make the purchase?
Oh, please, I haven't sold poison in such a long time. I don't really get out to poison. People don't hire me to poison people myself anymore. So,
I'll give you 500 gold.
I'll give the 1,000. That's like all my money.
fantastic. So you put it out on the counter, and she turns around, points her head down, so you get a full view of a cat butt. And she turns around and has a vial about this big. And the poison itself looks completely mundane. Could be, there's a little bit of amber-colored liquid in there. Could easily mistake it for any potion. really.
Maybe we could disguise it as like in high demand drugs, you know? Like rich people are into drugs, right? Like, hey man, like
In my
just
experience.
a shot of this, like you know, put just a drop of this in your drink and woo!
Here's the newest trick to make yourself hard as fucking diamonds.
This potion is the answer to your erectile dysfunction.
My only question, Sugar, is if somebody does see you pouring this into your target's drink, are you going to go with, I really wanted this man to have a rock hard erection as your cover?
I say
Because,
it was a
I
drug
mean,
deal. What, you know? Don't ask questions that complicate the situation.
I was only going to suggest that perhaps you could think of a better lie. That's all.
That's not my
Unless the person-
speciality.
Unless the person that you're poisoning is somebody that you might actually want to fuck, perhaps not a sex-based excuse. Or just pick someone sneakier than you to put it in there. Say someone who could turn invisible.
Ian, how do
Don't
you
break
feel about
invisibility putting poison in something.
Ian? How do you feel about enabling the murder of a very bad man?
Pretty neutral about it. If a bad man dies, that's the one less bad man in the world, right?
Perfect. How do you feel about personally
About me
murdering a bad man?
I understand invisibility might render me invisible, but it doesn't render me unclumsyable. I get stumbly.
You don't look like the stumbly type.
Do you have the same sort of eyeballs that I do?
What's your dex?
It's +3. I'm not terribly
That's
bad.
pretty good.
My sleight of hand is all there in comparison. I do believe we have people more proficient than I.
What, like Davril? I look at Davril. Davril, how how
Well,
sneaky are
hopefully
you?
in 3 days.
Well, if I were to put it on a number, I mean, I don't really use my hands for flipping poison into people, but I mean, for card tricks and stuff, it's a 6. I guess, if I were to give it a
Whoa.
number.
Okay.
Also, in 3 days' time, I imagine our rogue friend will no longer be drunk.
Yeah, but he has like, you know, issues.
Morals, ethics.
I don't call those. I wouldn't call it ethics. I just call them issues.
No,
Okay.
no, he seems to have found God.
Yeah,
and
or at the very least,
A hot
Yeah.
lady.
yeah, a hot
Yeah.
girlfriend.
I didn't.
girlfriend is a stretch.
A hot, I guess.
A hot dominatrix?
Ooh.
Did you watch her crush chest of that elephant man when you brought her there? Brought him there. I'm just saying. Let's see. Lars has +7 to sleight of hand and advantage.
Yeah.
Disadvantage. Holy fuck, yeah.
Also, why? What? I'm a little confused on the goal. We assassinate this one man, and then
That seems like more of a personal vendetta for him. I think that's what it is.
okay.
Well, he's also, you know, these Slim Chants fuck with the whole city.
I suppose it would create destabilization, which enables change.
But yes, it's also a
Oh,
personal
dear.
vendetta.
Right. That's fine and well enough, but if that's the case, I'm not the one putting the poison in the cup. For a good cause, I'll do a bad thing.
Well, it
but
is a good
For your
cause.
cause, I'll let you do it.
Ah.
Maybe you could tell your newly God-fearing friend that it's just a dick potion since he's not here to know any different.
We could just.
Just say it's a prank.
It's a prank, bro.
Hey, bud.
You're kind
He
of
died.
dark.
Yeah, he died, man.
Oh,
Allow
I
me
wasn't
to run-
always a cat.
Or maybe we can convince him that it's like a drug deal. We're like, hey, this guy ordered these drugs. Can you go, like.
I mean, I feel like you could convince he's immoral. I suppose I don't know which god he's following, but if you convince him this man deserves punishment, he serves the divine, so poisoning would be divine punishment.
Well, I also have the command spell. Maybe I could just command him.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
He's a life domain cleric and worships Lythander.
Yeah.
So your boy Squeaky.
I think maybe we should not try to forcibly convince our friend Lars to do something of that atrocity.
See, there you are with those issues again called ethics.
Who the hell are you people?
I'm going to whack him again.
Do we have a group name?
No.
No, we don't.
We don't.
Wait, I think I got one. No more heroes. We are no more heroes. Any veto?
This can be a next session decision. You could have some time
Okay.
to think of it.
Okay.
But I did write down that suggestion. Other people can put their ideas in there.
Straw poll.
Is anybody interested in buying any of the other shit that's in this store at this time?
I'm good.
I am also good.
Okay. Cool. Where are y'all gonna sleep tonight? Not the party.
Hag? Warty Hag, I assume.
I didn't know if you were gonna go back there.
I was gonna say, are we sure that's a good idea?
Well, I didn't do anything wrong.
Yet.
Yet?
Right, but did so? What do you mean? That's the only place I have to stay unless Cervantes is inviting us in.
I mean,
And would it not be stranger if we didn't show up?
That would be stranger.
yeah, they hand the head off and then all of a sudden we fuck off.
Yeah. Should probably go about things pretending as we don't know that we fucked up.
Keep appearances up. Alright.
Not to mention, what if he has people watching us? Have we ever thought about that?
Nope.
I wouldn't
y'all
doubt
never,
it. This is an audition.
and y'all never even did an insight check on this man. Not one.
You know, he's constantly surrounded with people. What if... Maybe we should be more careful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I guess they kind of know where you live if we are being watched. So.
At least in the Warty Hag, there's, you know, other people there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, there are lots of other people there. You don't know if they're all part of the.
Maybe we could go stay at the Black Gauntlet.
No.
Stop.
I'm gonna whack him again.
The way I see it, we have done nothing wrong. What we did was find out more information. I don't see if that's, even if they were following us, reprehensible. We haven't acted on any of this information, and how we act now dictates how they will respond. For all we know, that old wizard man could have been lying to us. He wants to burn down half the city. And yes, he seems like an alright guy.
Shit, we didn't incite him, did we?
But we don't know anything about him as much as we don't know anything about our patrons. What we do know is that there are three forces in the city vying for power, and one of them just got a leg up. Currently, we're on the one with the leg up side. What we want to do next is our choice.
I like the way you think.
I've been through some things in my time.
Yeah, are you You good, man?
In what way?
I don't know. Well, I mean, you just seem a little different today. Just, you know.
Um, some days you need to be more on than others. Some days matter more.
How mysteriously philosophic. Thank
It's
you.
hard being this smart.
So mysterious.
Aster's just in the background frantically shaking her cat head as you're questioning anything that's happening.
What if we're the bad guys?
Are we the bad guys?
Well, Aster, I'm sorry to tell you I'm out of money.
Oh, well,
I am also a bro.
no. None of you are flamboyant enough for a cloak of many fashions anyway. Damn. Well, there's always another realm. Maybe I'll have something you like next time.
Perhaps. Something to put on your inventory list. Our friend here did smash a potion of greater healing on his face, so he could always use another one later.
Oh, you could buy any potions you want up to blue.
Oh, you did
Uh,
say that.
How much is a greater healing potion?
150?
I'll take 3.
All right, well, that's cleaned me out of those. Do you have anything to sell to me? That was the deal we made.
Could you give me a price for 2 items? I'm not sure if I want to part with them just yet, but in the future.
Certainly.
Eyes of the Eagle and an alchemy jug.
Let me consult.
Also, I turned to Cervantes. I do think this thing can make poison. It's granted a weak poison and not a whole lot of it, but you can make it per day.
What is that?
Alchemy
You could-
jug.
You could fill it with 8 ounces of acid,
Oh.
unless we're looking at different ones.
On D&D Beyond it also says basic poison for half an ounce.
Oh, yeah, that only does 1d4 damage.
It's not a strong poison.
No,
You can also make 2 gallons of mayonnaise.
you can.
Oh. Well, Ian, you seem to be our resident spellcaster. I have very valuable diamonds that can be used as components.
Oh. Lovely. You want the jug for the diamonds?
Well, the question is, are the diamonds better spent traded in for more useful items, or do you think that we'll have a use for these diamonds?
I currently don't. I don't think.
Metal will be able to cast Revivify in a couple of levels. Next level, I think.
Revivify is a 300 gold diamond. I have a 500 gold diamond, a 300 gold diamond, and a 50 gold diamond.
And a 100 gold pearl.
And I have a pearl as well.
And I have 600 GP of spell components.
Yes, that is from a different bag where I just said the specific gems came out of that bag of specific shiny bits that you found. The Eyes of the Eagle, I can offer you 2,500 gold for them. Let me see. I don't really have a call for a jug of mayonnaise.
It seems like we might want to hold on to that, possibly.
If you, actually, I have a special order for a jug of mayonnaise. In point of fact, I can offer you 6,000 gold for this jug of mayonnaise.
Oh my god.
Hey, yo, hold up. What is it? No, hold up. What's special about this jug of mayonnaise?
Unlimited mayonnaise.
Hey, yo.
Oh, I
Think
mean, it
about
doesn't
it.
have to be full of mayonnaise.
Yeah, it can be full of other things, and it solves hunger and thirst for whoever holds it, which is a pretty...
Wine. fresh water, salt water,
yeah.
vinegar, oil, mayonnaise, honey, beer, basic poison, acid.
It's a pretty useful tool for anyone.
Wow.
6,000 gold.
6,000 gold's a very
6,000
useful tool.
gold is also a very useful tool for anyone.
Yeah, that is a very.
If
I'm just
I'll tell
surprised she
you.
was.
If anybody was interested in that ring of mind shielding, I have it listed at 2,000 gold.
What's it like?
What does Ring of Mind Shielding do?
Isn't it?
I think it prevents anyone from like scrying on you. If I'm not mistaken.
To read thoughts, determine if you're lying.
I'm thinking of something else.
Neat.
You're thinking about the amulet of non-detection.
That's what I'm thinking of.
How much is the Ring of Mind Shielding?
2,000.
Well, if we wanted to sell the jug, split the money 6 ways, I could then use my cut to buy the ring for myself, if that's alright with everyone.
That's fine.
I don't necessarily need it.
Are you keeping the eyes of the eagle then?
I think being able to investigate might be useful for a party, but perhaps after we could make a trade.
I would. Yes, I would also suggest that you give those to your druidic friend. As ridiculous as he will look wearing glasses. Because they give advantage on perception checks.
Yeah, and let you telescope things.
Neat.
So yeah, I'll hand that to Metal.
Okay. Then, yeah. If you hand over your... Do you see what the monk had in the jug? Before you hand it over?
No.
Was it mayonnaise?
Yeah, wait, hold on. Because I was surprised. Would I be able to look into the jug?
Sure.
Alright, I'll look into the jug.
Alright. You pop off the top of the jug, and for a second you're like, I don't know. Is there anything in here? Because it's a pretty big jug, about the size of a gallon. And you pop it open, and you smell a little bit, slosh it around, and you realize that this holds a quart of oil. It does not currently have mayonnaise in it.
Like lamp oil?
Sadly.
Um,
Nondescript oil.
yeah,
Possibly
flammable.
olive.
Yeah.
What?
Do you taste it?
Possibly petroleum.
Is it argan oil?
Only way to find out.
Grapeseed oil? I asked
I was
her.
gonna say,
If you taste it, it tastes like sunflower oil. He's
Ask-
watching his figure.
For future reference, how much would you charge for a magical upgrade for my chain whip here? Because it is magical, but it yields no extra bonuses.
Let me think. You're looking just for a +1 upgrade,
Precisely.
let's say. Let me think. Let's see here. Oh, 1,000, I'd say.
Didn't we
Noted.
just get 1,000 gold?
Woo. Noted for next time.
Okay. So, Ian bought the Ring of Mind Shielding, and
I actually didn't. I'm down
No?
60
No.
gold.
I'll give you 60
Uh,
gold.
Actually, I'll give you 500 if we're selling the jug. That way, I paid off my bet too.
Cool. In that case, yeah, sure.
cool.
Oh, did you sell the jug?
Yeah, we all got 1,000.
Oh, we
Unless
did get
did you not want
1,000.
to sell it?
No, I didn't have a protest.
No
I just didn't hear
No
you.
take backsies.
No returns.
Oh, if I have the 1,000, I'll get that +1 upgrade.
All right. Actually, you notice as soon as she exchanges goods, everything you hand her, money, goods, whatever, she just pushes off the back of the counter and it just disappears. But she yeets everything off the counter as soon as you give it to her, like a cat. Um. All right. Give me your. It's not. You don't find that just having a nightlight full whip is effective enough?
Apparently not. After some trial and error, I've made the decision that we might need to up those numbers.
All right. Put it down. Put it down. Um, she sort of cracks her paws, and when she does that, you notice that she's a polydactyly cat. She's got extra toes. Um, she puts her paws on it, and again, there's a flash of starlight. You see nothing but white for a moment. Get the impression that there is something somewhat bigger than a house cat in that space, and then she returns to you a +1 glowing whip.
Wonderful.
It's a +1 moonlight whip now.
Ooh. And then how do we feel about these diamonds? Do we want to sell some of them off? Do we want to keep them? The 300 one we probably want to keep for the Revivify, but the 500 one also could be used for Revivify, but it would waste 200 of the value.
My vote is to keep all spell components,
I
no
agree.
matter what they are.
Alright, we get to keep the shiny things.
Also, you use 500 gold diamonds for Raise Dead.
Oh. You know what? I'm just going to give you these diamonds because I'm not going to be able to do shit with them. Metal, you get these diamonds. I'm going to give the 50 gold diamond to Ian. Woo. And then the 300 gold one and the 500 gold one are going to go to our eco-terrorist.
Does Ian have the diamond or the pearl that he needs for Identify?
I will give you the pearl as well.
Wonderful.
Do you need 100 gold pearl for Identify?
Not consumed, but it's the
I
spell
just have to
component.
have it on me, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. There, you get a black pearl that's worth 100 gold.
The 50 would be used for chromatic orb.
Right.
I knew I gave good spell components, but I couldn't remember what spells they were for. Okay. Cool. Would you like to get anything else from your feline shopkeep?
Nope.
I'm broke now.
She hisses at you. You know I only look like a cat, right? I'm not, in fact, actually a cat.
So why are you in cat form?
Because then nobody knows what I look like as a person. Considering I'm operating a magic shop in a city in which magic is illegal.
Plus, I just turned into a cat.
It's very comfy. Eventually he'll be able to talk when he looks like that, just so you know.
You know, maybe the people underground should transform as cats too.
Well, you know that this is a very specific kind of magic, correct?
I don't know shit about magic.
Oh. So, Metal and I do the same sort of magic, which is technically legal in this city. Technically. Your blue boy over here, totally illegal though. Yeah.
It smiles like really convincing. So.
Do you walk around with a spell book out in the... Imagine a spell book on hip walking through the city.
before you go, she will ask once again if you are interested in selling that fairy dragon egg.
Me?
Mm. I believe it's in your chest currently.
Housed.
Yeah.
I think it's
How
got
much are you gonna
2
give?
more days until it
How-
hatches.
How much you want to pay for this fairy dragon?
Oh.
I turn
Are you
back.
consi- are
Out
you
of
considering
curiosity.
this?
Well, I'm not speaking for the rest of the group. I just want to know what's that current asking. Just out of curiosity.
Well, I believe that I could probably, assuming that it comes whole and hatchable, um, probably 10,000.
Oh my god.
It will imprint on whoever is there when it hatches. If one of you is looking for a familiar,
Uh,
pretty good for that. You know, a regular familiar has 1 HP. The fairy dragon has 14 when it's hatched.
Ian, you're the
Yeah.
one who uses a familiar.
you'd be the only one who could use it.
I think Kiri also
Mm.
has a familiar.
Bartok. She's much more attached to him
That's
than
fair.
you are to your random rats
True.
and frogs. But yes, Kiri could also have one.
I mean, I do enjoy having a companion. We could always wait to see. If it hatches, though. Of course, if it hatches, we're gonna name it, and then we're gonna keep it.
That's usually how it works.
That's usually how it works. Yeah.
They are capricious little fellows. Have you ever met one?
I haven't, and quite honestly, you're not good doing yourself a good service by convincing me here. Does anyone even? What would we spend that gold on? I don't really have any
Oh, I have
immediate
ideas.
desire. Okay. Someone has ideas.
Is 10,000 a lot?
Yes.
To me.
10,000 could, buy you a lot of seeds to replant like a good amount of forest. How about that?
You could purchase an entire logging farm and the lake upon which it is set, and still have money left over. But to be fair, you could spend about 400 gold and do the same thing. Land is very cheap.
That could be money used for more poison. That could be more
That's just something
money.
you-
That could be money used for weapons and armor. That could be money to use to help the impoverished in the very unfortunate districts of the southern part of town.
Oh, come
Or
on, man. Don't
You
you
could have a dragon companion that basically blows pot smoke out of its mouth.
say it like that? It seems kind of underwhelming.
We could fund the local underground terrorist organization.
Well, at the very least, it is uncouth to have this conversation when we're not a full party. So, I think we'll keep it for now. Personal vote.
Well, it doesn't hatch for a few more days.
2.
Right before the party.
Yeah.
You'll need to come back tomorrow for your
Close.
party clothes.
All right. Maybe when we have the full party, I'll put the egg back in my chest cavity.
Because I'm invested in you keeping this egg. Because I just want to see what happens. I'll also tell you that fairy dragons can cast the equivalent of greater invisibility on themselves.
Pretty good.
We should probably put in an order for Mr. Tally for his garments.
Oh, you have. That's right. You did come in with other.
Hey, man.
We'll do COD on those. They can pay me when they get here. You have the orc fuck boy and that rather statuesque purple woman.
Yeah.
Perhaps we should go for a look for Mr. Tally where, it's like, that typical MTV look where they show up in like the suit, but they don't have a shirt underneath the coat, and it shows a lot of
Oh.
chest.
Oh.
Like something
He
real.
did recently find God.
Lightbander's not that kind of god.
Oh,
He's Lathander comes from the Elden Pantheon. They all fuck anything.
so why bother with the jacket?
Just. Well, I mean,
Dress code, generally speaking.
yeah, like we get him like a gold chain here, just the coat,
Like a
no
road dog.
shirt. Oh, like a Chippendale?
Chippendales.
Yeah.
I could, as a prank, make these into breakaway pants for him. I mean, it wouldn't be particularly difficult, and the fella I've got in the back who makes all my clothes, he loves a good prank.
I'm tempted, but I feel like I could get in trouble for this.
In trouble with whom? You don't believe in his god.
With these
You only
assholes,
give
they're on my ass all the time!
I do believe that probably harmlessly making your companion pantsless momentarily and
It would make for a great distraction at a party, though.
would.
Quick, I'm gonna poison this drink. Just tears off pants.
Starts dancing. I mean, it would probably work. Do you think that your female companion is more of a dress kind of woman or a pantsuit sort of woman?
I
Pantsuit.
say pantsuit.
Pantsuit.
I think she's the type of woman who would have like a dress, but like a sword hidden in the dress. She's
So my thought was beautiful dark purple pantsuit. Again, no shirt underneath because buttons are for losers. And no offense, sir. Full beaded, embroidered raven on the back of the jacket. Oh, you all don't. Never mind.
Never mind about the Raven, or
she deals with the Raven Queen.
Yeah.
Well,
the goddess of death.
someone
Yeah.
does.
Oh, okay.
We know she's connected in some way.
I think you met him before.
Do you think that she'd be kind of like into that Hot Topic look with like the what do you call it? The like the Avril Lavigne look,
Like, too many belts?
maybe too many belts, maybe some
Are you
boning,
talking,
like
crop?
like boning. Is that the word?
Like, I don't know if you're trying to suggest that you put this woman in a formal situation in, like, multiple studded belts, or if you were trying to suggest that she wear, like, a sexy leather harness, which are two completely different looks.
God damn it.
I have no idea what Quinn is going for.
Just like, gothic princess punk.
So if you don't want your friend to be made fun of, we're gonna go with the sexy harness and not too many belts. Like, there's a level of belts that is acceptable, and it's one. One belt is acceptable.
Some neon green black studded belts.
Y'all, I was a teenager in 2005. You are giving me PTSD, man. I think I still have a studded leather belt in my closet. That's probably from 2005.
You gotta wear it to D&D one of these days.
I'm gonna be charmed that you think I can fit in something that I had when I was 17. But yeah, your friends will have something, something fancy to wear.
Perfect.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. I think that's where we'll stop. You're back at the Warty Hag. The hand dog is once again drunk. His sobriety did not last long.
Of course he is.
Makes sense.
Alright.
Well,
Thanks,
wonderful.
guys.
Great.
I'm so glad that you decided to go run after that mage, because that's what I made for today. So, I mean,
But you were also
You
prepared in
could-
case we chase Cole, of course, right?
yes. Yes, I was also prepared if you wanted to go hunt a tabaxi who's been eating horses.
We gotta go after the tabaxi one day. Just
Yeah.
one day.
I feel like every single time we're like
There's gonna be
getting
no
ready
horses.
to, something comes up.
After we've saved the world, we can go investigate this tabaxi.
This is
tabaxi
actually
will be the
secretly the
tabaxi.
BBG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tabaxi's secretly the BBEG.
Every horse he eats, he gains horsepower.
Yeah, for sure.
But then
I will say,
I was gonna say, then we find out that Tabaxi's just like that kid we missed after we beat the Elite Four in a Pokemon game. Like, up, kid! I see you and your 8 Caterpies. Here, fight God.
my favorite NPC that I have made so far is in that quest line.
Lovely.
It's not Greg. It's not Greg. She's
Whoa.
She's in the quest line. The tabaxi that eats horses.
An NPC you like even more than Greg?
Absolutely. She's ridiculous. I'm so excited for you to meet her, maybe, after you beat the rest of the campaign.
After we beat the rest of the campaign.
I'm waiting to find out that Ninky is actually the head of the Shadow Thieves all along. Ninky the barkeep. Devious. Well, I will bid you all good weekend.
I'm saying.
Bye, y'all.
Peace.
Peace.